Lane 1, Rowing Club of NC State, North Carolina State. Lane 2, Central Florida. Lane 3, Vanderbilt. Lane 4, Florida State. Okay, start over. Oh, there we are. All right, as we have on our screen here, the Women's Varsity 4 Club semifinal. This is at the Southern Intercollegiate Rowing Association Championship, the 52nd running. And you can see on the screen if you're watching, the lane 1 is Rowing Club of North Carolina State. Lane 2, Central Florida out of Orlando. Lane 3, Vanderbilt out of Tennessee. Lane 4, Florida State in Tallahassee. Lane 5, William & Mary out of Virginia. Lane 6, Texas A&M. And lane 7, Murray State University. These boats are on the course now. They are approaching the first 500 meters. And we'll see what we can get from the cameras here as soon as they come up to us. So the regatta starts, according to the referees, on time all the time. They do everything possible to make sure that the first start of the race at 8 o'clock and each one at 7-minute centers. They will be diligent about doing that. They don't want to let the regatta get behind because the athletes, the coaches, have to depend on the time for warm-up and getting their crews that 1.25 miles up to the starting line beforehand. So they are, I can see them coming down the course now. They're past the 500-meter mark. You'll usually see the middle of the course be the faster crews because that's how they're seeded from the previous time trials yesterday. And you'll see this throughout the day today, that the middle lanes, the favored lanes, would be lanes 3 and 4. So typically you would see a V-shaped pattern coming down the course with the fastest boats in the middle. And supposedly the less fast or slower boats on the edges of the course. So if that is true, Vanderbilt and Florida State should be our leaders out there, although it looks like it could be Central Florida as well. So 3 boats, looks like lanes 2, 3, and 4, Central Florida, Vanderbilt, and Florida State as our early leaders as they approach the 1,000-meter mark with 1,000 meters to go of this 1.25 mile course. On the video, you'll see some crews crossing the course now as they get ready to go up and do their warm-ups.
Virginia, you are violating the traffic pattern. Please get off of the race course. There is a race on the water. Coxswain, do you copy that? It's supposed to go all the way across?
So here we have our camera view coming from the finish line tower. You see the colored buoys in front there. That gives us some lines of traffic patterns off the course as boats return from the race. And in the background, you'll see the Women's Varsity 4 Club Final. And it looks like it is lane 3, Vanderbilt, and lane 4, Florida State, in the lead at this point, followed by, on outside of them, Central Florida in lane 2, William & Mary in lane 5. Trailing the field, and we can't tell who's next beyond that. Rowing Club of North Carolina State over in lane 1, and Texas A&M in lane 6, and bringing up the rear appears is Murray State in lane 7. So with 500 meters to go, these crews will be digging in, trying to make the grand final here. And again, when the first place crew that comes across the line looks to be, at this point, if they can hang on, is Vanderbilt, followed by Florida State. They would move into the center lanes for the grand final later on this morning. And it is still quite the fight there between Central Florida and William and Mary for that third position. That would be the final qualifying position to move on into the grand final. So three move on into the grand final later this morning. So with an open water lead, it is Vanderbilt, followed by Florida State. Florida State with probably a little bit of open water over Central Florida. And William and Mary has now slid back into a fourth place position. So the leading crews coming to the line here, about 150 meters to go. Vandy rowing clean. Got to be feeling that finish coming up. The thing for them to do is not turn around. The rowers don't want to be looking for the finish line. Hopefully the coxswain is letting them know they have 10 strokes to go. All three boats qualifying easily for the final, so there's no reason for them to raise their rate of striking. And coming to the line, 2 more strokes. Vanderbilt, 1 boat of open water over Florida State. And Central Florida in third. This is William and Mary now crossing the finish line in fourth place position. They will be in the what we call the petite final. And with 3 more crews still coming to the line, it is the rowing club at North Carolina State in 5th. And we're making a judgment call here that we assume they will be 5th, as long as nothing happens between here and the finish line. Texas A&M, one of the closer boats to the finish line tower here in 6th, and lane 7, Murray State, with about 150 meters to go from Murray State. We are operating on 7-minute centers here, so now at 8:07 we have the second heat of the Women's Varsity 4 Club semifinal. This is a 6-boat race. And in lane 1 we have Virginia Commonwealth. In lane 2, University of Florida. In lane 3, Georgia Tech. Lane 4, Northwestern State out of Louisiana. Lane 5, High Point University out of North Carolina. And lane 6, Virginia Tech. And that race is off the starting blocks already. They are through the first couple hundred meters, approaching the 500-meter mark. All right, everyone. Sorry about that delay. We were adjusting a little bit of the audio here. So we are again back on the second heat of the women's varsity 4 club semifinal. They are at the 1,000-meter mark, and we had mentioned before it was Virginia Commonwealth in 1, Florida 2, Georgia Tech 3, Northwestern State 4, High Point in 5, and Virginia Tech in 6. And again, we look towards the middle of the course as it's going to be typical today. And on that camera, you can see the long shot down there. Can't quite make it out from that, but from the tower, we can tell again that it is lane 2, 3, and 4, as we would expect, that is in the lead. In this case, it is lane 3 and 4 that have that lead. Again, is Georgia Tech and Northwestern State. It looks to be Georgia Tech at this point with a little lead on Northwestern State, and next to them, University of Florida. Those three boats have a clear open water lead on the trailing boats. The next one that has a chance is High Point. High Point in lane 5, and Virginia Tech in lane 6. And on the far side of the course away from us, Virginia Commonwealth in lane 1 would be bringing up the rear at this point. Georgia Tech now with a open water lead coming into 500 meters to go. The tents and the crowds along the way there, they're positioned about 500 meters, 600 or 400 meters to go. You can hear them yelling at their crews, urging them on. Georgia Tech clean out in front, well in the lead here, multiple lengths of open water, and it is pretty much a good dogfight here for second place. And again, this would be for lanes that would be between Florida and Northwestern State. The two other crews bringing behind them, High Point and Virginia Tech, they're fairly even with the High Point with a little lead over Virginia Tech, but they're going to be out of the running for making it into that next level. Georgia Tech in a yellow boat, yellow blades, yellow jerseys, tapping along. 3-4 boat lengths of open water. They have an easy run here these last 200 meters into the finish. It is University of Florida that appears to have a slight lead over Northwestern State for that second place. And we'll see if either one of these boats wants to sprint it out to try and gain that second position here. Again, they move on into the middle lanes in the grand final. Top 3 to go. As you can see in the camera here, there's that yellow boat of Georgia Tech, and you can see how much space they have. That's 4 or 5 boat lengths of open water. That's an easy lead. And here comes your tight race for second, overlapping between Florida and Northwestern State, with Florida with 1 length lead over Northwestern, or less than a length now. So going into the grand final later on will be Vanderbilt, Florida State, Georgia Tech, Northwestern, University of Florida, and now I forgot who the other one will be. We'll find out later. We already have the next race, which is the women's varsity 4 open event semifinal. There are 3 boats in this. We'll have a second semifinal after this. The 3 boats in lanes 2, 3, and 4. University of Dayton women out of Ohio. Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University out of Daytona Beach, Florida. And University of Central Oklahoma in lane 4. Those 3 boats are 750 meters into the race already. And we'll see how they come out as they get closer to the camera here. As I gave a little bit of commentary as these three boats get into our view here. It is, again, I'll go through them. It's Embry-Riddle, Central Oklahoma, and University of Dayton. And it is, looks like to be a good fight between Embry-Riddle and University of Central Oklahoma. Dayton trailing a bit. Dayton being on the far side of the course from us in lane 2. And it is now, we can see how the angles are coming up. Central Oklahoma with the lead over Embry-Riddle. Now, these three boats will go on to the final, as will the 4 boats in the next event. And we will have a 7-boat grand final later on this morning. So these boats are basically racing for lanes. So the coach may ask them not to expend too much energy, save it for the final. You never know. Some coaches will race 100% here, but that energy is precious. So you need to preserve that wherever possible. And if you've got, like, Central Oklahoma in the middle lane, going to be in the middle lane if they hold on to their lead, then they can conserve every bit that they can and should. While they're approaching here the 500-meter mark to go, the next event would be a 4-boat event with Rollins College out of Orlando, University of Wisconsin lightweights, Kansas State, and Florida Institute of Technology out of Melbourne, Florida. And with 500 meters to go, it is Central Oklahoma opening up on the field. Embry-Riddle in a solid second. University of Dayton in a solid third. There's fairly even spacing, open water between all 3 crews. No one's going to need to challenge each other. And since they all 3 go on to the final, you'll probably just see them continue their basic race pace right through the finish. Now, coach may ask them to bring the rating up a little bit just to test their sprint speed, but you don't want to spend too much energy out here if you don't have to. These boats, UCO, University of Central Oklahoma, and Embry-Riddle, are Division II NCAA registered boats. These boats are in qualifying, or they will be ranked according to other races out there and compared to other boats as to the bids they get for the NCAAs, which will be held in Sarasota, Florida at the end of May. So Central Oklahoma with a strong lead over Embry-Riddle. Embry-Riddle with a strong lead over Dayton. Rowing clean. Again, you look at the water out there, dead flat. As a rower, you couldn't ask for much better than this. This is the conditions you want. And that was UCO crossing the line.
Never cross the finish line when a race is coming. Sorry.
And Embry-Riddle coming across here. And here's Dayton actually rowing a relatively high rate compared to the other boats as they come to the line. All right, that was the first round of the Women's Varsity 4 Open. All 3 going on to the grand final. We'll move on to the next race. That's our 8:21 race, which is already off the line. And that, again, was Rollins in lane 2, University of Wisconsin in 3. Lane 4 is Kansas State, and lane 5 is Florida Institute of Technology. Wisconsin typically brings here their lightweight women, and if you look through the rest of the field here in both the heats, typically not necessarily lightweights. Lightweight women, I believe, is 135 pounds. You have to be that or under. You're not required to do that in these races here, but University of Wisconsin likes to bring their lightweights down here. They get great competition against all these other boats. Of course, the venue is spectacular.
All right, first split. 17.25. And the camera said 17.54. Next,
27.21.
26.88. Okay. And we have 26.91. Like I said, the camera does not lie. Order of finish, 4.32. That was Lisa. That's right. All right. Job, guys.
Dave, I texted you. Any chance I could find a stroke watch brought down here for me? Well, there's one in my console in my truck, but if you can find any stroke watch, as long as I have something, okay?
Hey, Jess.
Okay.
If
All right. I can't come down. Yeah, I'll have to try.
Okay,
Right.
so the next one is the
Stroke watch?
Stroke. I thought you said stopwatch.
They're gonna bring me one down.
It's just on the accelerometer.
Too much. All right, we're back on the air again. We had to adjust again, and we will give you at the 1,000-meter mark. Looking for the middle of course. 1, 2, 3 boats. I'm looking for my fourth boat. Oh, I see it back there, and it looks like the two center boats, Wisconsin and K-State, and it would be at the moment Wisconsin women lightweights with a little bit of a lead over Kansas State in lane 4. Trailing the field, it would be Rollins College in lane 2 and Florida Institute of Technology in lane 4. At this point, they look relatively even. Again, all these boats will go through, so they're racing as much for pride and time against the other teams that were in the previous event, the previous heat. But also, as they do these preliminaries, they may have to repair something they didn't do so well in the previous race yesterday, and doing the same thing now before they go in the finals. They approach the 750 meters to go, right in front of the tents and all the people cheering. So here we are. It is the top 3 now, again, appear to be Wisconsin in the lead. A little bit of open water over Kansas State, and followed by FIT in lane 4 and Rollins, I believe, in that order. Still plenty of open water between the two leading crews of Wisconsin and Kansas State over FIT and Rollins. The two crews, FIT and Rollins, are Division II. Wisconsin and Kansas State are Division I programs. What makes the difference? Usually size of the program, number of coaches. There's some other things that go into it, but Division I is the premier grouping of the women's rowing in NCAA Division II. There's also Division III, which we don't have any representation here from Division III that I'm aware of. Usually we would have one other university or two that might be a Division III program, and that these divisions in NCAA apply only to the women, not the men. Nice overhead shot of the next event coming up, which is the men's varsity 4 semifinal, 6 boats. That's beautiful there. We have a drone in place. You watch these starts here, and it's quite quite powerful, much like a horse race as they get out of the blocks. They come charging out at a high rate, high effort, and then they'll settle into what they can maintain during the body of the race. And there they go off the blocks on the next event, which is the men's varsity 4 semifinal. Back to this heat of the women's varsity 4. Wisconsin in their white boat with the red blades, red jerseys, and followed by Kansas State. White boat, blue jerseys, and yeah, man, there's plenty of open water between those two crews in the following. Florida Tech is currently in third. We never take anything for granted as we approach the finish line because the kids are tired. The coxswains have to keep the boats between the buoys. You could keep the oars away from the buoys. Otherwise, if you clip a buoy, you can lose an oar, and a lot of things can change here in the last 100 meters. So here comes Florida Institute of Technology in third position. A little bit of open water over Rollins College on the far side of the course. All right, so now we get into a little bit different things. Back to our 6-boat race, and most of the races from here on out will be like this. The semifinals are going to qualify 3 from this into the grand final later this morning. So 3 will go on, 3 will go to the B level or petite final just prior to the grand final. So we've got a little drone shot of the referee launches, and now the long shot from the camera from the finish tower. The men's 4s are right at the 500-meter mark, just past the 500-meter mark. So usually when they pass the 500, they've settled into the body of the race. A lot of times you'll see crews make a move at that time or try to break another crew that might be challenging them. And so they'll exercise various options, a stroke rating change, try to do a power change, or something to try and get the other crew to crack just a little bit so they can gain an advantage. In the middle of the course, in this one, Florida Institute of Technology, the men's team, and William and Mary, they would be the ones you would expect to be out in front. On either side of them in lane 2, Georgia Tech and outside Duke men. And in lane 1, the far side of the course from us, Rollins College, and near side is Northwestern State.
7-12.
So from the camera angle, if you're watching the camera here, it would appear that Florida Institute of Technology in lane 3 has this early lead. They are just coming to the 1,000-meter mark now. And William and Mary in lane 4 would be my guess at this point. Look at the long shot down here, but they look to be fairly level with Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech will be with the yellow blades to the, if you're looking at the camera on the monitor, they would be to the right of FIT, which is right in the middle of the course there. So these races, 1.25 miles, take these boats about, men's 8 will be 6 minutes or less. The men's 4s will be somewhere in the mid 6s, and the women's boats would be about the same, about the middle 6s, 6 minutes, 6.5 minutes, 6:40. And as the smaller boats get smaller, the boats take a little bit longer to get down the course. So it's a little bit different for each athlete or each level of boat as to their technique and their application here. So now looking down the course there, it's still Florida Institute of Technology in first, followed by William and Mary. Those two appear to have a reasonable lead on the third place. Again, 3 to go on, so no one's going to be holding back here if they want to get into the grand final. They're going to be doing everything they can to hang on to one of those top 3 positions. In second right now, it appears to be Georgia Tech. And just off of the Rollins College over in lane 1 are knocking heads with Duke men's crew in lane 5 and trailing the field, but not by much, Northwestern State. So these boats are somewhat packed together, more so than some of the other events we saw earlier. So as they come into the last 500 meters, you're going to see these crews raise their rate of striking, the number of strokes they take per minute. A typical boat will go down the course anywhere from 32 to 36 strokes a minute, and you might see them sprint going up into the high 30s or even 40, 42, 44 strokes a minute. So there you are, a good shot of FIT men. They have that red and white striped shirt. William and Mary in the dark boat, dark jerseys in second. And if you look at right now the angle there, that is Georgia Tech, the yellow blades, and Rollins College behind them. We don't know how the inside crews are doing relative to Rollins, but it looks like if we look back to this side of the course, Duke men may have pulled through Rollins College for that 4th position, but that doesn't look like they're going to be close enough to make it into that grand final. Northwestern State also fighting hard here at the end. Rollins College fighting hard on the other side. So again, the dovetail pattern. And the striped jerseys, those are kind of traditional jerseys you would have seen back at the turn of the century, and that would have been in the 1900, 1890 range. And again, fighting right down the course. FIT in the white boat, striped jerseys. William and Mary in second, bow to stern, so very little open water there. Good row by William and Mary. And here we come in with Georgia Tech. And Duke men just behind them, Rollins College, half a length behind Duke men. And nearest to us, Northwestern State. So fairly close in these trailing boats, but not enough to get into that grand final.
Good job, kids.
So Regatta running right on time here. We're our next event at 8:28, and we are within a minute of that. The varsity 4 semifinal, the second semifinal, and those boats are off the blocks. I can see them down there, down the course. And actually, there's an 8:35 race. The boats in this one, another 6-boat semifinal. Stetson University in lane 1, Texas in 2, Embry-Riddle in 3, Virginia in 4, University of North Carolina in 5, and Purdue in lane 6.
Okay, we're split. 3:19.
Long shot of the camera there. You can see the crews coming down through the early stages of the race. You can see that little peninsula on your left-hand side. That is approximately 1,000-meter mark, halfway through the course. We're going to try and get some stroke ratings so you get a sense of how high, and I can't tell you how hard they're rowing. I'm sure they're rowing absolute full pressure. But why are some boats rowing better than others? Training. Technique in the water, how the blades enter and leave the water, and since you have all this weight of the rowers moving up and down the sliding seats, it's control of the body weight. Some of these guys and women would be running heart rates, 200, 220 as their maximum heart rate. They're putting 100% effort into the blade at 36 strokes a minute. It takes a lot of training. So we're taking some stroke ratings on some of the crews. This looks a little more even across as far as the boats are concerned. Embry-Riddle, Virginia in the middle. Um, Lane 5, UNC men. Even over in lane 1, Stetson University in lane 1 also seems to be right in the thick of it. So your two lead crews appear to be your middle crews of Embry-Riddle and Virginia, and Stetson and UNC very close to that group. Trailing Purdue, bringing up the 6th place position at this point as they cross that 1,000-meter mark. So from that camera, it would appear to be it's lane 3, which is Embry-Riddle. We'll see if we can get a rating on them again. Oh, Embry-Riddle rowing relatively low in the lead position. 31, 32 strokes a minute. Some wonder how can they lead with a rating that low. It depends on how you load your boat, how the boat is set up for loading. Just like a gear on a bike, they might have a heavy gear, keeps the rating down. Following them, Virginia, the lane in lane 4, just a little bit closer to us. And it looks like a very tight race for third between Stetson and Texas. UNC men now have slipped back behind that group, as have Purdue. .34 strokes a minute for Virginia. Remember, we caught Embry-Riddle a little bit ago at 31, 32, leading. As we come into 500 meters to go, they can hear their teammates cheering for them. It can energize them a little bit, and they also know they're going to have to raise that rate of striking. Specifically, in this case, it's for the third place qualifying position with Texas and Stetson. Stetson at 34.5, 35 strokes a minute. Stetson's got a little lead over, Texas has a little lead over Stetson. Texas is going to have to throw the gauntlet down now. If they're going to have any chance of making it in this grand final, they're going to have to throw their rating way up there. But I think I got them backwards there. Texas is leading. Stetson's the one that's got to throw the gauntlet down. The boats are very close. You see them from the cameras here. The angle makes it look like they're very, very close. You've got Embry-Riddle out in front, white boat, the blue jerseys there, followed by Virginia. And Texas still with that boat length lead over Stetson University. 3 go on to the grand final. Stetson rowing 34.5 strokes a minute. Maybe they've spent all their energy later on, don't have the ability to run that rating up, but they're not going to catch them now, so they're crossing the line. Embry-Riddle in first, Virginia in second. Texas in third. And Stetson right behind them, so there's your top 4 boats out of that heat. Good racing. UNC men, light blue blades, crossing the line. And Purdue, black boat, black jerseys. This next event will be our first event of the eights. These are the women's eights, women's varsity eight, what they call the open category, not a club. Open means they may have or do have scholarships available to them, whereas the club sports do not. So a 6-boat semifinal for the women's varsity eight. Rollins College in lane 1, Virginia in 2, Central Oklahoma in 3, University of Dayton in 4, Embry-Riddle in 5, and University of Dayton's B-boat in lane 6. And these boats are already on the race course. Again, we're running 7-minute centers, and by the time we finish one race, the time is here for the next one. So we usually don't catch the start. They're usually a couple hundred meters into the race by the time we get back down to the other event. So my guess is these women's teams, Dayton, Central Oklahoma, Virginia, will be breaking under the 7-minute mark, probably 6:50s. This course tends to be with the cold water a little bit, I won't call it slower, but it's a little harder to get the speeds you want due to the water's chilly. It comes from a dam up north, and when they release that water from the dam, it comes from underneath, so it's very chilly. And the water temperature can make a difference in the speed of a boat. So who will be looking for here? Again, I look to the middle of the course. Well, we're going to be looking at Virginia, Central Oklahoma, and University of Dayton. And as you try to spot it from down the course like that, it would appear that those boats, again, are your favored down the middle of the course. A lot of times what this comes down to is who's going to qualify in that third position. Sometimes your first two boats are out there enough to be comfortable, whereas your third position, fourth position are the ones that are fighting with everything they have to try and get into that grand final. So from the camera angle here, it would appear that in lane 2, Virginia has potentially that early, or I won't say early lead, the midpoint lead at the 1,000-meter mark. Right next to them, University of Central Oklahoma, those two boats have the field. So I'm looking, who's going to be looking for that third position? It is Dayton or Embry-Riddle. There in lane 4 and 5. Rollins in the far side over in lane 1. Trailing the field is University of Dayton's second boat, their B boat. Virginia stroking 36 strokes a minute. If you recall from the last race, we were running 34, 34 and a half, so they're a little bit higher. Pacing them, and this is a tight race here coming into it, pacing them. Central Oklahoma is right with Virginia, and it could be the Virginia might have had a good run the first half, but Central Oklahoma, their training may be bringing them in the front here in the second half, but Central Oklahoma right on Virginia. And also with them, the Dayton crew is just off that pace. I just took a rating on Central Oklahoma. I think I got them at 38 as they're coming into 500 meters to go. That was a little bit high there, 36. So both those two crews are stroking about the same, about 36 strokes a minute. It is now Central Oklahoma coming through the Virginia boat. Virginia boat had that lead the first half. Now Central Oklahoma coming through the Virginia boat, but they're still overlapping. And Dayton right there, looks like 3 boats overlapping, and right next to them, Embry-Riddle, very, very close also in lane 5. So 4 boats challenging for 3 positions to go on. Embry-Riddle is going to have to do what we always do. You're going to have to run the rating up and spend a lot of energy and a lot of digging to try and pull in that third position. Central Oklahoma holding on to that little bit of a lead over Virginia. Coming up on the inside, Dayton now starting to challenge Virginia, and Embry-Riddle starting to overlap. We got 3-4 boats overlapping here, and they're running those ratings up. Still 36 for Oklahoma. Here comes Dayton. Here comes Dayton trying to get through Virginia and holding off, trying to hold off Embry-Riddle. Embry-Riddle pushing everything they got. 40 strokes a minute for Embry-Riddle, but I don't think it's going to be enough. UCO now, Virginia hauling, trying to haul down UCO. We're within a quarter boat length here. 38 strokes a minute for Virginia. Right there with them, Dayton. 3 seats for UCO. Virginia second, Dayton third, followed by Embry-Riddle in very close fourth. All 4 boats overlapping. Beautiful racing there. Coming in fifth here on the far side of the course, Rollins College, and nearest to us, University of Dayton's second boat. Exciting racing here for that first women's Varsity 8 Open event. And I'm sure we'll see a lot more of that today. As we get ready for the next race, I want to thank the local organizing committee here in Oak Ridge Rowing Association. They have many volunteers here that come out here in the rain this morning. We're not raining now. It was raining when we first got here this morning. That assist with every aspect of running this regatta, from the setup of the course ahead of time, making sure it's straight, making sure there's no things in the water that might interfere with a boat. But it takes a lot from a community to support an event like this, and they do this more than once a year. They have several events they put on, and it is something that these people absolutely love. They got one of the most beautiful courses here in the country. So let's get on to the next race. That is to be the second women's Varsity 8 semifinal, the 849 race. Again, a 6-boat race. Kansas State B boat, or second boat, in lane 1. Kansas State A boat in lane 2. Another University of Wisconsin boat in lane 3. Purdue in 4. Florida Institute of Technology in 5. And a Purdue B boat in lane 6. And 3 of these will go on to the grand final. So these crews are about 750 meters into the race. Again, you'll see them try to make moves here, either going into the midpoint of the race, the 1,000-meter mark, or just after that. Most of the time, the order is relatively established by this time. As they come out of the blocks down there, you want to gain a little bit of lead. It can be up to the coxswain's job, the person steering the boats, to let the rowers know where they are relative to the other crews and make sure they give them positive information so that they can keep going stroke after stroke. So here we are coming up on the 1,000-meter mark. Middle of the course, Wisco, who won one of the events earlier on. And we would expect these kind of boats to be pretty close together. The only one I see sitting back a little bit, Purdue in lane, that's their B boat in lane 6. Middle of the course, going to be Wisconsin in lane 3, which looks like they have that lead, that little bit of lead. Kansas State in lane 2. That's their A boat. And lane 4, you have Purdue. Lane 5, Florida Institute of Technology. It would be, in my mind, in my eye, Wisconsin in first right now. Looks like Kansas State in second. Conceivably, Kansas State B boat in third, working against Purdue for that third place position. That would be the Purdue A boat. Florida Institute of Technology in fifth, and Purdue B boat in sixth. And see a little bit of breeze on the course. Sometimes you get a little gust or puff of wind here and there on the course, but still dead flat out here. We'll see what we get for some ratings on this second group. We saw in the last one 36 strokes a minute from those crews, and let's see what we have for our lead crew here. About that, 35.5, 36, similar to what we saw in the previous one. That was Wisconsin at 35.5, 36 strokes a minute. Kansas State still in second there. And as we've noted before, 3 boats to go on. Your boats fighting for that final spot in the grand final would be Kansas State B boat or the Purdue boat over in lane 4. Purdue, black jerseys there. It actually look like Purdue, they're overlapping there. FIT close by to that group, but behind that group for getting into third place. FIT is going to have to run that rating up now and be very, very efficient to call anybody down. So here you are. You got the camera there. That is Wisconsin in the lead. That is their lightweight women. Wisconsin rowing 35. I can hear the crowd really letting it loose down there, trying to urge their teams on. Kansas State rowing 34.5, so with less than 200 meters to go, they haven't changed their ratings into a sprint yet. It is in lane 1. Kansas State B boat and Purdue still fighting for that third position, followed by Florida Tech in lane 5 and Purdue's B boat in lane 6. And come to the line, Wisconsin with a 1-length lead over Kansas State, with a 1-length lead over their B boat, Kansas State B, with a 1-length lead over Purdue. So bow to stern on each of those. And Florida Institute of Technology crossing the line now. And final boat, Purdue B. The next event, 2 events, are the men's varsity 8 semifinals. Again, 6 boats in each of these. 3 will go on to the grand final as we had in the women's events. And I'll give you the rundown on the next, the order of lanes. Michigan State University in lane 1 on this next men's V8 semifinal. Notre Dame in 2. Jacksonville University in 3. Virginia in 4. Stetson University in 5, and University of North Carolina in lane 6. as I can start to see the next heat, the men's varsity 8 semifinal coming into view down there. We can start to see most of what's going on with about that 750 meters into the race. Again, the middle of the crew, typically the outside crews on the outside edges, you can tell by now whether they're keeping pace or not. It looks to be from here lane 3 as they approach the 1,000-meter mark. That is Jacksonville University. And they're probably Virginia right behind them. And if I look at that group also, Notre Dame and Virginia probably in a tight race there. And probably next closest to that group, well, this might be hard to tell. Michigan State in lane 1 might be in 4th position, but they're pretty even at this point with Stetson. So lane 3, JU, with a nice powerful first half of this race. Looks like it's Notre Dame in 2nd from here, followed by Virginia in 3rd. And beyond that, it's tough to tell. I would say it's almost even between Michigan State and Stetson in lane 5. The trailer, University of North Carolina in lane 6. And we'll see what the men's ratings are compared. You heard 34, 35, 36 in the last couple of varsity events. We'll see what JU is doing here. JU at 37 strokes a minute. And just so you know, it doesn't really make any difference whether a men's program rows 36, 37, or a women. They all can row the rates necessary to do this. It's not a matter of one or the other. Jacksonville with a nice lead here coming into the 500 meters to go. Oh, looks like to be an open water lead. They are trailed on either side of them, again, by Notre Dame and Virginia. And I'm not going to be able to call that one yet, although for the top 3, the next nearest one looks to be Stetson University in lane 5. There's almost a perfect V-shaped pattern here with JU leading down the center. Now, if you're watching the camera angle, it looks like JU is just powering past people, but it's the angle of the camera that makes it look a little bit different than what it really is. These boats are moving by inches at a time on one another, not feet or boat lengths. JU rowing very cleanly, sharp blades. Timing is very nice, 36 strokes a minute. They're into the red buoys, which is 200 meters to go or 250 to go. Virginia now throwing some shots down, trying to get through Notre Dame. Notre Dame, if I recall them from last year, they were very, very fast at the end. So I would expect Notre Dame to be able to run this thing. But Virginia not letting them have it. Virginia's throwing, let's see what they've got here. Virginia at 38, 39 strokes a minute. Almost nose to nose with Notre Dame as they come across the line here. It's going to be very close, but the top 3 are going to be JU, Notre Dame, and Virginia, and it's bow to bow. And here's Virginia with a couple of feet over Notre Dame for your top 3. Stetson in 4th. Closest to us now, University of North Carolina in 5th. And Michigan State, a little bit of error right there at the very end is crossing the line with one guy, unfortunately, not rowing. Sometimes that happens right at the end. As you get tired, you make a mistake and lose your oar. So our next event scheduled at 9:03, which is basically right now the second heat of the men's varsity 8 semifinal. Again, a 6-boat event. I'll run through the lanes. Delaware in lane 1, Purdue in lane 2, Colgate in 3, Florida Tech in lane 4, Vanderbilt in lane 5, and University of Central Florida in lane 6. Now, if I didn't say so before, these boats were seated in these lanes based upon the time trial they ran yesterday. And your fastest times are seated in the middle of the course. Colgate FIT and the previous race, Jacksonville, Virginia, were your top fastest times yesterday in the time trial. So that next race is off. They are probably not even at the 500-meter mark. It's a little hard to see this far away. They're probably 250, 300 meters into it. At that point, they have come off the line at a high stroke rating, probably 42, 44 strokes a minute, and they settle down. They get into a rhythm that they can sustain for what we call the body of the race. You see me calling 34, 35, 36 strokes a minute in the middle of the race, but they have to get it down from those high rates as they come off from a standing start efficiently. And that's crucial for establishing your position in the early part of the race, is how do you get from those high stroke rates down to something sustainable without losing speed or ground to your crew next to you.
7.97.
So yesterday, Colgate was the fastest time trialist by, I'd say a good 7 seconds, 7, 8 seconds. Now, what is that in terms of boat lengths? It's about 2 boat lengths. It's approximately 3.5 to 4 seconds per boat length when you're at race pace. So that's pretty substantial. So I would expect to see Colgate doing something similar out here again today, and they are in lane 3. This is Colgate's first time here at the Southern Intercollegiate Rowing Association Championships. So we're glad to have a visitor. And it looks fairly clear now that Colgate is doing the same thing they did in the time trial yesterday, as they are leading that pack. It would appear to be Florida Tech in second, but I would venture to say Purdue right there. Purdue, if you look out from the shoreline, they are in the black jerseys on the other side of Colgate. There, Purdue is in lane 2. FIT in lane 4, which is a little bit closer to us. They're in those striped jerseys, white boat, white blades. On the far side of the course in lane 1, Delaware men. Delaware has brought down many, many times very, very fast crews, and we're always happy to have them here. But Colgate in the middle of the course. Colgate rowing 37 strokes a minute. Purdue men, coming out of San Diego when they were at the San Diego Crew Classic, won their races out there. So Purdue men have a lot to offer here, and they're going to have to step it up here if they're going to get in that grand final. But Purdue might be overlapping with lanes 1 and 2. Excuse me, that's not Purdue. That is Vanderbilt, and I have not mentioned Vanderbilt. But Vanderbilt right there in the hunt for potentially that third qualifying spot. Florida Tech rowing 36.5 strokes a minute. We had Colgate at 37 a little bit ago. Vanderbilt in lane 5 here on the near side. Could be our third place qualifier. Purdue in lane 2 on the other side in the black jerseys. We'll see we get Vanderbilt. Looks like they're bringing their rating up here. Vanderbilt at 38.5 strokes a minute. So going into the red buoys, 250 meters to go. Vanderbilt already in their sprint, trying to ensure that they can hang into what would appear to be a third place finish. Purdue right with them. Delaware on the far side of the course. We got 5 boats here. Florida Tech with a 1-length lead over Vanderbilt. Colgate with a little bit of open water over Florida Tech. Purdue coming up hard here. Purdue at 40 strokes a minute, trying to make sure they can hang into that third. Here comes Delaware on the outside in lane 1. Delaware trying to get through Purdue. And Vanderbilt is just going to be within feet for that third qualifying position. And here we go. Colgate over the line, FIT over the line. 3 bows even here for third. This is going to be a photo finish. Well, there's no telling on that one who made that third qualifying position. That was, I call that's a race that is, no one can tell. The people in the boats can't tell. We can't tell. It has to be an official look at the cameras on that one. And this is University of Central Florida finishing up here. So you have races that are a mile and a quarter long, and these kids are putting everything into it they possibly have, and it's won by inches. So the least little thing along the way can make the difference at the end. And many, many times you can win race by the length of the rubber ball in the bow or lose one. And we'll see what happened here at this race. So that was Colgate, FIT, and Vanderbilt on our here now timing system. 0.6 of a second between Vanderbilt and Purdue. Purdue with 1/10, less than that, of a second over Delaware. So FIT in second, Colgate over FIT by about 5 seconds. That's going to make some very exciting racing for our petite final and our grand final later on today. So we have a complete change of boat for the next event. These are the single sculls. These boats are one person in there. The women's single A final, 3 entries.
Take
Isabel
off.
Verrett
The
from
home port
Vanderbilt,
has been
Karen
updated.
Hansen from
Please
Tampa,
check it on the
University of
map.
Tampa, and Madison Hansen from Northwestern State. These boats are 27 feet long. They're about 10 inches wide, and they weigh about 29 pounds. So very, very tippy. It takes a lot of skill to row these boats. There's one oar or blade in each hand, your left hand, your right hand, as opposed to the boats we've seen come down already. The sweep boats have, each rower has one oar off to the left side or right side of the boat. So this is a sculling event, and we'll see how this goes. This is the A final for the women's single sculls. Nice overhead shot there. You can see the difference in the boats, how they're getting ready in what we call the catch position, getting ready for the start. And there you go on the start. And someone missed the start entirely there. Now the sculliers typically can't run the ratings like the big boats do. They're usually a little bit lower.
466.
And they also don't have anyone to steer the boat for them. They have to steer by looking behind them. They kind of take a point behind them and steer off of that. You can see the boat in the middle there on the camera getting close to the buoys. They probably will want to make a course correction if they recognize they're getting a little bit close. And look like there she goes. She's trying to make a little course correction to get away from those buoys. That can be a boat stopper if you clip one of those. Even though they're small, it's a hard hit if you clobber one of those. So that's Aaron Hansen from University of Tampa in the lead. And Isabel Verret from Vanderbilt in second. And Madison Hansen not in the camera view at this point. So in the single scull here, with Erin having the lead that she has, she can play defense all the way down the course. She doesn't have to expend any extra energy. She's rowing 28 strokes a minute. As you can recall, that's a far cry from what the big sweep boats were doing at 36, 37 strokes a minute. But she's moving efficiently. And if she can row 28 strokes a minute and move away from the crowd and conserve energy, she may want to throw a little bit out there just for her own sense of how she's doing. Kind of like, in a way, a time trial for her. And Isabel from Vanderbilt, not in the picture right now, but same kind of thing. You're kind of on your own. No one's telling you what to do. You have to do it yourself. Isabel following Erin. Isabel can have a sense of where Erin might be based upon what we call the puddles or the track of Erin's boat. It's a nice shot down the course. As you look down the course, the scullers heading towards that finish line. So each time these rowers in the big boats, or even the scullers in the small boats, you want to try and keep the blades off the water when you're what we call the recovery stroke. If it's tapping the water or you're hitting the water or whatever, it actually slows you down a little bit. So you're trying to be as clean as possible with all the power you can put out there. If you're bouncing around, if it's rough water, it can make it a lot more difficult. But you got dead flat water here from the sculler standpoint. This is as good as it gets for any kind of a race. So just to give you an idea, Isabel from Vanderbilt rowing about 31 strokes a minute as opposed to Erin's previous rating at 28. And now Erin at 27. You can see the lead that she has on the camera there. So she can bring her rating down. It helps her make fewer mistakes and apply all the power she wants there. And in a way, conserving energy as well. In the background there, now from the long shot of the camera here at the tower, you have Madison in lane 5. Good, reasonable way back there. So on this race course, if you're watching the cameras here, you can see on the left-hand side of your screen the referee launches. We have referee launches out here to maintain safety on the course. They follow the races down, make sure the rowers stay in their lanes, don't interfere with each other. And they're also out there if there happens to be a time where they need to come up to a boat and if there's anything going wrong, either broken equipment or any other reason, the refs are out there for safety and fairness. Now with 7-minute centers, these singles will take upwards of 8 minutes, sometimes a little bit more. So the other race will be starting, what are we at? They'll be starting soon, and that will be the men's single final. So we'll have certainly, again, 2 races on the course before very long here. Watching these 2 lead scullers from the finish line tower here. We have the 1 referee launch following those 2 leaders, and we have a second referee launch, basically staying back for Madison. And the reason for that is if Madison has an error in a stroke or hits a buoy or somehow the oar flies out of her hand or whatever, there's a chance that well, we've seen it before where someone can go over and get wet. So the referee is there just in case anything happens from a safety standpoint. And that goes for big boats as well. I mean, it can happen just as much with a big boat as it can with a little boat. So still at 27 strokes a minute, Aaron Hansen from University of Tampa in the lead. I can hear from the shoreline a lot of yelling going on for one of those girls out there. And we're 400 meters away from all the crowd down there, and we're still getting the cheering section. And as a rower, when you hear that, I mean, you're putting everything you have out there. It is encouraging, and I suppose in a stadium it's the same kind of thing. You can get energized by the crowds. Here at the finish line, we don't have so much crowds near the tower here, but in Olympics and other race courses where you have grandstands in the last couple hundred meters, the crowd noise can be pretty exciting. But you got to stay focused. You can't let your focus get out of the boat. So I know the coaches from Tampa, they've always had very good scullers. They're excellent coaches in sculling. It does not surprise me that University of Tampa is out in front here. If you're watching Erin come across the line, you can see her basically using her legs and her back and pushing against that boat to propel it past the oars. She's not letting up a minute. She's just giving it everything she has every stroke. And there's Erin across the line. Isabel coming right behind her from Vanderbilt. Talking to you?
They're talking to the drone operators too. Not so much me, but I also didn't have this until just now. They may have been yelling at me earlier.
All right, as we're waiting or holding here while Madison Hansen from Northwestern State comes across the line, the men's single final, the A-level final. is on the water. They are at the 500-meter mark into the race, and I'm going to give you a quick rundown on who is who. We have from Southern Methodist University, Hagen Osman. From Embry-Riddle, Fritz Connect. From Virginia Tech, Thomas Foltz. From Georgia Tech, Jerry Harrison. From Auburn, Nick Belvin. And from Virginia Rowing Association, Cooper Grace. That is in order of lanes from 1 through 6. And you're watching the camera shot there right in the middle of the course. It is Virginia Tech, Thomas Foltz, that has that lead as they go through that 500-meter mark now, about 700 meters in the race. We'll do a little comparison on stroke rates on the guys versus the women, but it should be similar depending upon their positioning out there, how well they're doing against the others. It's not very often you see the scullers get much above 30, 31 strokes a minute. Sometimes you'll see a 32, but that's pretty much the limit for what we see in this level of racing. So again, in single sculls, when you have a lead, especially if it's a couple of boat lengths open water, or what it would be considered to be a safe amount, you can control a little bit more of what's going on out there. As long as you can see the other scullers out there, you can see if anyone's going to try and make a move on you, and you can play a little bit defense and counter those moves. But if someone's in front of you toward the finish line and you won't be able to see them, you won't see a move you can make, and you're putting everything you have in there to not let these people get away from you. So very much the V pattern here with Foltz from Virginia Tech, and either side of Foltz, Fritz Connect from Embry-Riddle and Jerry Harrison from Georgia Tech look like they're fairly level to each other, but Foltz with several boat lengths of open water in the middle of the course there. Trying to get a stroke rating on Foltz's boat. He's rowing pretty high for a single scull. He's 32 strokes a minute. And again, I think that's probably about the limit of what you would see. But coming up on the outside of him, well, closer to us, Jerry Harrison from Georgia Tech looked like he's trying to challenge Foltz for the lead. Now, in single sculling, if you've paid too high a price early on, you're susceptible at the end, especially if you see someone moving up on you. You start questioning yourself. But here we got Jerry that's trying to challenge Foltz, who had that lead all the way down the course. See if Jerry has what it takes to get to him. Foltz really doesn't have a lot of room to go with his stroke rating. We'll see what Jerry's doing stroke rate wise. They come about 300 meters to go. So now Jerry from Georgia Tech at 33 strokes a minute. He's throwing the rating up a little bit. We'll see if Mr. Foltz has the ability to counter that. Yes, Foltz is at 36. He may have gone a little too high too soon. It's kind of hard to do with this much distance to go. He's trying to hold off Jerry from Georgia Tech. Now 40 strokes a minute for Mr. Foltz from Virginia Tech. Georgia Tech, let's see what he's doing here. He knows he's close. He can sense it. 34 strokes a minute for Jerry Harrison at Georgia Tech. Foltz still holding that lead. 40 strokes a minute for Foltz. Georgia Tech a boat length down, but we're running out of room here. Overlapping at the end here, almost to the line, half a length. Oh, Foltz over Georgia Tech. Great comeback by Georgia Tech, just not enough room to do it. Foltz with that high rating, he was able to sustain that pretty much all the way down the course at 32 in the body and then 40 at the end. Here coming up on the far side of the course, Hagen Osman. Well, believe that. That wasn't Hagen. That was Fritz Connect from Embry-Riddle. Hagen still back there. And tight race here for fourth and fifth with Nick Belvin from Auburn and Cooper Grace from Virginia. So we still have one more sculler to cross the line. That is Hagen Osman from Southern Methodist.
3-4-2-6-5, and we've got one still out there.
You know, and Hagen looked like he's rowing fine. He might have had an issue or a difficulty further down the course. As we get ready for the next race, well, we're ready for it because it's off the line. This is the women's double sculls, the A final, a 7-boat race. And from the drone shot above, you've got 3 leaders right in the middle of the course in lanes 3, 4, and 5. That is the College of Charleston, University of Tampa again, and William and Mary. And just off to their left, if you're looking from the overhead shot, that is Texas in lane 2. And trailing Central Oklahoma and Commonwealth University, Virginia Commonwealth, and I can't see the Northwestern State boat at the moment. So on the women's double sculls, you got 4 boats that are all overlapping. Very nice racing from those leaders there. All right, we are back with the double sculls here, and really a little has changed, but not much. But you still have these 4 boats right across the middle of the course from Texas, College of Charleston, Tampa, and William and Mary, all overlapping. This is a great race going on here as they approach the 1,000-meter mark. I still see only 6 boats out here. I have on my list there's 7 boats, but I have not seen the 7th boat yet. It might have been unable to get on the water.
Parallel with the course, pointing at them perpendicularly, 90 degrees.
So what I've seen from the beginning of this women's double scull race is in lane 2, Texas, who was a little bit behind off the start, maybe in fourth place position, is now pulling up into what would be tied for first. In Texas, if they look at that, it maybe crossed their bow on the 1,000-meter mark, just a smidgen ahead of the other two. So they've come up through the other boats by a boat length, and now you had 3 boats within just a few feet of each other, with William and Mary slipping back just a bit off that pace, but not much. So here we go, the telltale signs of a 2,000-meter race. Races are won and lost many times in the second half. People put out a little too much effort early on, and they don't have quite enough gas or energy to keep that pace going, and they start slipping back. And we're seeing the one of the early leaders out there, William and Mary, slip back just a little bit. We'll see if they can hang on to that third place position or come back into it. But who we saw come up was the Texas crew from fourth into now first as they crossed the 1,000-meter point. University of Tampa also with that right up in the front, and it may be College of Charleston has slid slightly behind that group. But still, anybody's race for first in this one here. This is the grand final. This is for the medals. Water's still absolutely perfect here. Dead flat out here. No wind at all. No bump to the water whatsoever. Beautiful sculling and rowing conditions. At 31 strokes a minute, it is Texas in lane 2. And still these 3 boats, College of Charleston and University of Tampa, probably all within one length of each other. Without an overhead shot, I can't tell their positioning. So that's going to be it's still very close. If you remember the spacing early on, there are 4 boats that were overlapping for almost 1,000 meters. Now it's 3, and they look like they're all overlapping. So they are racing for the gold medal here as they come with 300 meters to go. A lot of yelling going on from the shoreline, urging their teammates on. 32 strokes a minute for College of Charleston. Tampa in the black boat, dark shirts out there, closer to us of that group of 3. .32 strokes a minute for Tampa. They're in the red buoys. That means 250 meters to go. And the effort by Texas is now paid. They had to pay that price. Now they're slipping back a little bit. Tampa and Charleston moving out. Tampa looks like they might have that lead. Charleston right on their tail. If Charleston has a sprint, they might be able to overtake Tampa. But it's within feet. 35 strokes a minute for Charleston. Tampa now throwing some shots down, trying to get that bow out in front just enough. Tampa at 35 strokes a minute. Tampa with a couple of feet coming into the line. Tampa with a half a length lead on the win for College of Charleston with a gold medal. Here's Texas crossing the line now. And William and Mary. And in the dark boat now, lane 6, Virginia Commonwealth. And far side of the course, University of Central Oklahoma. So we were missing the one boat from Northwestern State. Might have had to scratch for reasons we wouldn't know about. So next event, men's double final. That is also off the line. We're at the 500-meter mark on them. We have Notre Dame in lane 1, Delaware in 2, Virginia Commonwealth in 3, University of Virginia or Virginia Rowing Association in lane 4, Florida Institute of Technology in 5, and William and Mary in lane 6. So from the drone shot, Delaware men, looks like they're in the lead. This is a little bit different than the women's. There's a good bit of margin there between first and second and the trailing 3 boats. So first and second appear to be Delaware and Notre Dame, and then followed by Virginia Rowing Association, Virginia Commonwealth in lane 3, and FIT in lane 5. I don't see William and Mary in lane 6. I might be missing lane 1 or lane 6. I can't tell just yet. Okay, it was lane 1 we couldn't see before. So here's our spread. It is Virginia Commonwealth in the lead, Delaware men in second, and basically a tie between Virginia Rowing Association and FIT for third. As they cross that, you can see the sign in the background. And back over to lane 1, Notre Dame could be in that third position. Again, we're seeing some changes happen here in the middle of the course as these people put out their strategy to try and gain that lead, gain that that medal at the end. So Virginia Commonwealth, if you're looking from the side here, as they cross, you can see the buoy lines go by. They've got a good boat length of open water, maybe a little bit more, and rowing well out in front. 2 different color blades out there, but they've got that open water lead over Delaware men. On the far side of the course, you see Notre Dame, but on the near side, you can see the bows of Virginia. And I thought we caught a glimpse of FIT's bow there for just a second. So at this point, first and second are relatively clear of the field, but if I was in their positions, I wouldn't be comfortable, especially if I was in that second boat, the Delaware men. There's no letting up for them or anyone here. Lead boat, Virginia Commonwealth, wants that gold medal as there are 750 meters to go now. As I look from the finish line tower down the field, clear that VCU has that lead, but the boats that are vying for the second and third place position, lanes 2, Delaware men, lane 4, Virginia Rowing Association, and then outside of them you've got FIT in lane 5, and far side of the course, Notre Dame. So these last medaling positions are up for grabs. The only one that I would say is, unless they have an error, is Virginia Commonwealth going for that gold in the lead position here. So they've got VCU coming in the red buoys, 250 meters to go. The other boat's a few meters back of that. For anyone wanting to make the second or third place medal, the silver or the bronze, they've got to be sprinting. They've got to throw everything they have at it right now. VCU at 34.5 strokes a minute. In second, it's the Delaware men, the Blue Hens. Oh, we have We have a crab in lane 4. That was a Virginia Rowing Association. Might have hit a buoy. If you could have changed positions, definitely changed positions. The crews that were probably looking at them are probably trying to take advantage of that right now. That's FIT on the inside. Bad break for Virginia. So it's now FIT and Notre Dame on the far side of the course looking for that bronze medal. And here comes across Virginia Commonwealth first. FIT at 36 strokes a minute trying to get to that line. Notre Dame just in front of them. FIT in fourth. Delaware men got the bronze there. And Virginia, unfortunate, 150 meters to go. They caught a partial crab and it went from contention to fifth. A bad break. All right, back on the camera, we have the women's pair final. A pair is as opposed to a double scull, two people in a boat. They have one oar each. These are difficult boats to steer. They're also one of the more difficult boats to balance and row well. As you can look from the camera now, we've got some potential. You see boats changing course there. Again, trying to keep these boats straight. Some boats have what they call a tow steering, where they can rotate the foot left or right to help the rudder that's attached to that keep the boat in line. Other ones steer by the pressure of the oars, either the port side or starboard side. And you see that overhead shot there, lane 3, which is two-lane on the women's pair A final. Again, this is for medals. In lane 4 here, they're the ones that had a little bit of steering issue, was Texas, but still in second place position. And basically tied for third, Central Oklahoma and Georgia Tech. University of Georgia in lane 1 in, believe, fourth position. I think I saw the two outer boats, Clemson and Tennessee. Again, I want to get a better view here to see if I've got boats on the outside of the course. It's the Texas boat that seems to be moving around a little bit. Every time a boat moves off its line, it moves left or right, you're adding distance to this mile and a quarter race, and it's not the thing you want to be doing if you can help it. So these boats are starting to spread out a little bit more now. Still in the lead, two lanes pair, followed by the Texas pair. If you recall earlier, those two boats got fairly close to each other, so the referee behind them would be, if he thought there was a potential for tapping oars or even a collision, they will warn the crews to change their course. Again, you don't want these crews interfering with each other. If it does happen, there can be judgment against the crew, exclude them or disqualify them or something of that nature if there's interference. So that's what the judges the referees are trying to do, is keep them apart, make sure they stay in their lanes and don't interfere physically with another crew or even get their, what we call the dirty water, in the other boat's way. I mentioned dirty water. The swirls from a small boat like this doesn't seem like much, but when you're rowing, it can bounce you around a little bit. The wake, they do make a wake, and you can feel that when you're out there if you're laying next to them, and someone's got a little bit of lead on you, and you're feeling their wake or their swirls. It can unsettle your balance because these boats are very, very tippy.
I think I see you live again now, Christian. Or sorry, Robbie. Christian's going up to the start of the next race. Christian, do you have enough juice in here to
Our lead crew here, Tulane, at 34 strokes a minute, 34 and a half. We'll see what the Texas crew is stroking.
bit above them?
At 33 and a half. Texas has nice blade design. They got their Texas star on the end, easily recognizable from the shoreline.
Okay, so these are women's pairs. A final. 7 boats. Lanes 1 through 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we got 7 boats. Looks like threes ahead.
So one of the jobs of the referees when they're following these races, you don't want to get too far in back of the leaders, but you also don't want to throw a wake off to any boats that are trailing. We talk about a little bit of the swirl from the rowing shells themselves. A boat wake from a launch is a lot different. So your leaders all the way down the course so far have been Tulane and Texas. Still close between those boats. Tulane looks like their course is changing a little bit. They've got to stay in that lane. Again, if they're not staying dead straight, they're adding distance to that. And here's Texas. If they're staying straight, they can take advantage of that.
2, 1, 5, 6, 7.
No, it's 3, 2, 4.
If you look back at the camera, we've got that overhead shot of the men's pair coming off the line. You can see how even they are, those 4 boats in the middle there.
Watch is clear.
That's a very good shot of the men's pair as they go through the first couple hundred meters. Back to the women here. It is Tulane in lane 3. They've held that little bit of a lead all the way down the course. Now that lead might have been extended just slightly. Texas trying to catch them. Texas at 35 strokes a minute, trying to bring the rating up a little bit, but Tulane's holding them off. Third position is going to be looking at lane 2, which is Georgia Tech, or it is Central Oklahoma here, closer to us. And I would think Georgia Tech might have that edge at the moment. So Tulane coming across the line here in about 2 more strokes. In the gold medal position, women's pair.
These guys are going across the finish line. Are you at the...
Texas in second.
That's currently... Are you going back to start?
And Georgia Tech taking the bronze medal.
Christian, are you able to get these guys for a little bit longer?
Central Oklahoma.
2 more boats. 3 more boats.
I think I shot back.
That is University of Georgia just crossed in the women's pair over there in lane 1. And bringing up inside here in lane 6 and 7 is Clemson in lane 6, Tennessee in lane 7. Actually,
The announcer that the next race is on the screen.
All right, we're going to go back to the next event, which is the men's pair grand final. And they've been going on. They've been going for a couple of minutes now, about 3 minutes. So they are approaching the 1,000-meter mark. They're somewhere past the, coming up on that halfway mark. If you recall, looking at the start, as the four boats that were pretty level as they came out of the start, except for the two outside crews. Now those crews have spread out a little bit. And again, we're seeing a little bit of steering issues going on. Lane 5, for them, that would be Embry-Riddle. But who are our leaders there in the middle of the course? It is University of Florida. And the two boats closer to us, Rollins College and Embry-Riddle, kind of neck and neck. And you go back over to Virginia in lane 2. Looks like those three boats are all very, very level. Nearer to us, it is Embry-Riddle. It looks like they have established themselves into that second place position. There's steering issues going on again between Rollins sitting next to them. Very, very close together. The Embry-Riddle boat blades are overlapping the buoys. Rollins now trying to make a course change. They're feeling the wash from the blades of Embry-Riddle. And I can't tell. Looks like Embry-Riddle might be the one that's crowding the lane, but I think they're both crowding each other. And they have to steer by power and efficiency. And if one's overpowering the other, it's hard to keep those boats straight. You can see how close those boats are together. I'm sure the referees are telling them. I can see Rollins continue trying to move over in the middle of their lane. That will slow them down. But out in front, University of Florida, multiple lengths of open water. If you look across the course now, Virginia on the far side, as they cross the buoy line, it's Embry-Riddle and Virginia Rollins basically tied with University of Florida with 2 or 3 boat lengths of open water lead. So what we don't know on these boats is whether they are using what we call the toe steer, or they're trying to steer with the oarsman's pressure. Sometimes the toe steer can be very touchy if it's not adjusted just perfectly, if you're not used to it. And Rollins is the one that's weaving back and forth inside their lane. I don't know if they're using one or the other. It's the Embry-Riddle boat that seems to be going relatively straight. .37 strokes a minute for University of Florida with a multiple boat open water lead over the field. Embry-Riddle now in a looks like a fairly comfortable second. Certainly not one that you want to rest your laurels on, because anything can happen. You see Rollins having to struggle with their steering. You clip one buoy, that can make the difference. We saw that in one of the races earlier today. Virginia on the far side, kind of staying out of everybody's way, but on the other hand, they seem to be holding pace reasonably well with Embry-Riddle. Virginia rowing 35.5 strokes a minute.
Tiers, clear my finish line quickly. Last tier, please hold water.
Virginia now hitting those ratings there. Looks like they may have overtaken that second position. Rowing 36, 37 strokes a minute. That's exactly right. Virginia has now taken over that second spot. They've got to make it to the line, no mistakes. Embry-Riddle with a half a length lead over Rollins for third. And here comes the Texas boat in 5th position. And crossing the line in another 10, 15 meters, Virginia Rowing Association.
Whoa, watch your bow. Thank you.
All right, that was the men's pair grand final. And we now, on our 10 o'clock race, go to the men's lightweight novice 4. What that means is a novice is in their first year of rowing. They can be a senior in college, but have never rowed before, their first time out. So if you have never raced before this year, you are considered a novice. And this is a 4-boat race with University of Georgia in lane 2, Texas Christian in lane 3, Purdue in lane 4, and University of Florida in lane 5.
It's just gone.
Now that race has not left the starting blocks yet, so maybe we'll get a drone shot, an overhead drone shot of the start.
Both the drones are connecting right now. Both the drones are having trouble connecting right now. Yeah.
Don't have a drone shot from the start.
No, I meant right now.
Camera they have right now. It's the only camera they have right now. What do you hear in your headphones? Nothing. Okay. They're just keeping you in your own happy world. Yep.
My job. I know how to film this. Okay, so I just want to be pretty accurate.
They could talk to me.
Alright.
I don't know if they have the ability to do
What's
that.
our first
Well,
flight?
I don't know. I don't think through that, but there's been twice that right as she said, let's switch back to the other race that's already started or whatever, you were switching to. But if she
We'll get to some shots of that as soon as possible. Being a lightweight boat, in the men's side, lightweights are 160 pounds. So anybody who's over that, they had to weigh in ahead of time. They can be allowed a 1 pound variance. Like if you come in at 160 pounds, they'll let it go because of clothing and stuff. But if it's 161, but the average of the boat, I think everyone used to be 155 average, 160 max. I think they changed that rule a bit to just a 160. Reason for that is there's an awful lot of people that aren't these 6'4", 6'5", 200-pound guys in these heavyweight boats. Lightweights are typically pound for pound extremely strong, and they row typically better than the heavy guys, but not always. So long shot down there to the towards the 500-meter mark as those 4 boats approach the 500-meter mark. I can kind of get the sense of that, but I'm looking at the 2 boats in the middle. It's where we always look, is Purdue and Texas Christian. It's clear already that Georgia in lane 2 and University of Florida in lane 5 seem to be trailing those 2 middle boats.
What's going on with the
We can get stroke ratings on these crews. Texas Christian rowing 32 strokes a minute as they come towards that around the 750 meter mark. Let's see if we can get one on Purdue here. Purdue about the same, basically rowing the same stroke rating, and those two boats are leading. Our view from the tower here as we look down the course, you have the mountains in the background with the low clouds obscuring the tops of them. Very, very picturesque. Again, the winds are doing just what we always hope for. Even a little bit of rain this morning. The winds have not come up, and if you're going out on the water for your race, you're going, oh my, this is going to be just wonderful. Flat water is so nice to row on. So still watching these two crews in the middle of this men's lightweight novice 4. Again, their first year rowing, and some of these people didn't start at the beginning of the school year like last fall. Some have come out after the Christmas break, some probably as late as spring break. So you may see people who have not been rowing for more than a month out here going down 2,000 meters. So from our viewpoint here in the tower, it looks like Purdue has an edge on Texas Christian. And we'll see if they're still at 32 strokes a minute. Yeah, Purdue up a little bit higher than that now. They're at 34. This would be the second half of the race. That would make sense. As you tire, the boat tends to start slowing down a little bit. So how do you counter that? You can increase your rate of striking a little bit at a time, trying to hold on to your boat speed. Or your coach has told you, at this point, I want you to take the rating up. With 500 meters to go, Purdue with a little bit of an edge over Texas Christian. Texas Christian still rowing what they were early in the race down at the other end of the course at 32 strokes a minute. So both of these crews, Purdue and Texas Christian, fairly evenly matched because they're still within a boat length of each other. White blades, black boat, black jerseys for Purdue. Texas Christian now raised their rate of striking to 34 and a half strokes a minute up from 32. Purdue still with a lead. Purdue 35, so they've come up just a little bit more. These two boats overlapping here. And there goes Purdue raising their rate of striking again, as is Texas Christian. Both these boats putting everything they have into this last little bit. Purdue now at 36 strokes a minute. Texas Christian now at 37. Half a length difference. Purdue over Texas Christian. Good racing there for those novice boys. Okay. Still coming to the line here. We have Florida and University of Georgia. Florida closest to us, Georgia on the far side. These boats are overlapping also, so you can hear the coxswains urging their crew on. I can see the Florida coxswain looking over to see if he's got the advantage, and certainly he does. He probably knows it now with 2 strokes to go. And he's got the third. Georgia in fourth. Our next event, the women's novice 4 with the B final. B final meaning the petite final. This is for positions number 7 through 12. And when they had run this earlier, to get into these things, you had to make the A final or the B final. The top 3 would have gone to the A final. The remaining 4, 5, and 6 would have gone to the B final. So here's the petite final, small final. Virginia Tech in 1, University of Georgia in 2, Purdue in 3, Texas Christian in 4, Northwestern State in 5, and Gamecock in 6. That race is off the line. They are at the 500-meter mark with 1,500 meters to go. For those of you who don't know the meters and mileage, 1,600 and I think it's 1,605 meters is a mile. So we're a mile and a quarter, about 400 meters per quarter mile. Well, from our viewpoint here, and probably yours on the screen, this V-shaped pattern isn't as distinct as other ones we've seen. We've got, for the most part, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 crews that are relatively, maybe not a V-shaped pattern, but a kind of a U-shaped pattern. The only one I see that might be behind there a little bit is Virginia Tech in lane 1. So Georgia looks like in lane 2 would be out in front there. Purdue right there with them. And then Texas Christian, I think in that order, Georgia, Purdue, Texas Christian. And then you come over to Northwestern State in lane 5, and then I would guess it's Gamecock in 6, although I'm trying to get a line on Virginia Tech over there in lane 1. But a little bit closer here. The only one I can definitely see that's not up with the main group are the 2 outside crews of Gamecock and Virginia Tech. But your 3 middle ones definitely are showing it in the second half of this race as they cross the 1,000-meter mark. So Georgia rowing 32 strokes a minute. They're past 1,000 now, so they probably got about 750 meters to go. Third 500, this third quarter of the race is usually the toughest. Your body has already spent most of its energy, and now you're hanging on for dear life, trying to keep your head on your shoulders and keep your accuracy with the other boatmates. And that's the training, that's the mental portion of this, is how to keep your mind on what you're doing there and not let it feel the pain you're going through. So coming down here, we've got basically 5 boats, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all fairly close to each other. I think in lane 4, Nope, lane 5, it is Northwestern State that might be slipped back just a little bit. Looks like they're having a little bit of balance issues there. Lane 6, Gamecock is pushing, looks to be in that 4th position. May even be close enough to challenge for a medal here. In the middle of the course, though, it is Georgia, Purdue, Texas Christian. I would venture to say we may have a Texas Christian lead here. Purdue right with them. Again, these boats are probably all overlapping, so it's tough to tell. Coming up also, Gamecock still challenging these crews. Purdue rowing low at 32 strokes a minute. They're going to have to change something here. Texas Christian, if their coxswain's aware, he may be aware of that. If they're rowing a little bit low and they can handle a little bit higher rating, Texas Christian has the chance to make it through here. 32 strokes a minute. In Gamecock, maybe no one was looking at Gamecock. Gamecock coming up in lane 6 here. Oh, if I was in Gamecock's boat, I'd be feeling it. I mean, they're, in lane 6, you're not supposed to be up there with everybody, and here they are. They're challenging. Although their blades are in the buoys now, the coxswain's having to make a course correction. 32 strokes a minute for Gamecock. These crews have not raised their rate of striking here. Looks like Texas Christian still with the lead over Purdue. Gamecock maybe pushing into a potential, Gamecock in a potential bronze position, maybe even a silver. Women's novice 4. Texas Christian with the deck length lead over Purdue. Gamecock now in 3rd position for bronze. Georgia in 4th now. Georgia boat length back of Gamecock. Gamecock now overlapping, but it is Texas Christian, Purdue, Gamecock in that order. Great racing there. All 3 boats within 3/4 of a length. That was Georgia that came in 4th. Northwestern State in the yellow boat crossing now, and on the far side of the course, Virginia Tech. Good job. Yeah. All right, we've got our drones back in order again, and here we are on the women's novice for the A final. A final meaning this is the one for the medals here. Florida State in lane 1, Florida in lane 2, Wisconsin in 3 in the early lead, Kansas State in 4 in 2nd, Central Oklahoma in 5, and Georgia Tech in 6. So right now the 2 middle ones, Wisco and Kansas State, out in front. Those are the 2 Division I programs. University of Florida, Florida State are club programs. These, what they call it, combined meanings it's a combination of clubs and Division I, Division IIs. Central Oklahoma Division II program. Looks like they are currently moving into the 3rd place position, and Georgia Tech a club. So a reminder that Wisco brings our lightweights down here, lightweight women. And again, that's 130 pounds or less. It certainly doesn't put them at any advantage or disadvantage. And in flat water, lightweights are having a ball out there. It can make a little bit of difference when there's headwinds because of the weight differential. And you can see them cross that 1,000-meter mark. It's Wisconsin with a deck length lead over Kansas State. And they both have a little bit open water over, looks to be second place, Florida, and Central Oklahoma pretty much level. Excuse me, that was Florida State over there. Central Oklahoma, believe, was the NCAA Division II national champions last year. Wisconsin lightweights rowing 32 strokes a minute, well within control. Not putting any more out there than they need to. If they can hold on to that lead, looks like they're actually extending their lead a little bit over Kansas State. Third position crew, Florida State, on the far side of the course over there. Just a little bit ahead of Florida. And you come back to Central Oklahoma here. Central Oklahoma looks like they're running in that same group of Florida, Florida State. Georgia Tech, the only one trailing that group. And this is for medals. Wisconsin still in that lead, looking for that gold medal. K-State in second, at least in the silver position this time. And third, as usual, is quite the fight for whoever's going to get that bronze. The crowd's letting them have it. And again, as a rower, when you're putting everything you have out there, that can energize you somewhat, although you got work to do. It's not over. And there, 300 meters to go, 350 meters to go. It's still Wisco and K-State in the lead, open water lead. UCO, Central Oklahoma in lane 5 now. Looks like they've established themselves in that third position. Over on the far side of the course, Florida State had that early on. I don't think they have it now. And Florida and Georgia Tech look like they're fairly level. Georgia Tech come up a little bit on Florida. Now into the red buoys, Kansas State and Wisconsin. We'll see what happens here with the sprints. 35 for K-State. Wisconsin taking the rating up now, 36, 37 strokes a minute. They're in the red buoys. They know the drill. There's 25 strokes to go. Bronze, though, it's going to be either that Central Oklahoma or Florida State. Wisconsin and Kansas State knocking heads here. Wisconsin still with just that slight edge. Coming to the line now. It's going to be about a deck length difference, Wisconsin over Kansas State. And that's it. And here we are with UCO and Florida State. UCO has them by a few feet as they come to the last stroke. UCO with about a 3-foot lead over Florida State for that bronze. University of Florida in 5th, and Georgia Tech in 6th. All right, that was some good racing there, and we're going to jump back on this men's novice 4 B-level final. This is not the lightweights. We had lightweights before. This time is anybody. Lightweights can be in here as well. So we have Murray State in lane 1, Northwestern State in 2, Florida State 3, Notre Dame 4, Virginia Tech 5, and Auburn in lane 6. So drone shot, we've already got pretty good separation here. There we go. Okay, Florida State, and in lane 6, Auburn. Auburn, look at that. You don't usually see that when you're seeded in these. Well, this is the B final also. These are the ones that did not make it in the A final. So you never know. Here, Auburn in lane 6, with drawing a lead out over Florida State in lane 3. We'll see if they can maintain that. In third position there, looks like we're going to be, looks like Notre Dame in third position at the moment. Look back over to the left side there, Murray State. Although these boats are separating out pretty well. Auburn moving out still on the field. Florida State in second right now. So these boats spreading out pretty quickly here. But the surprise, obviously Auburn in lane 6, which you typically don't see, is they seed from the middle out. Could have been Auburn didn't have a great race the other day, and now they're having a better one, or could be vice versa. Some of the crews in the middle aren't doing as well as they would have or should or feel they could have. But Auburn doing a nice job there. That's got to be empowering them, and I'm sure their coach is pretty excited about that. They were 5th in the time trial the other day, and so yes, this doesn't surprise us that they should be moving fairly well today. If you're watching the camera here, Auburn a little bit in the buoys there. You can see the coxswain trying to move them back in the center lane. If I recall, they actually had a broken fin in their boat yesterday, so today is their day to shine. If you have a broken fin, the boat does not steer well at all. Depends on how it's broken, but sometimes the boat is uncontrollable without a fin in there. So past the 1,000-meter mark, there's 750 meters to go. It is Auburn in lane 6. 32 strokes a minute. In the middle of course, it is Florida State in lane 3 that is in second place position. Florida State rowing about 34.5, 35 strokes a minute. Just a little tidbit here. If you are in a petite final and you've got what it takes, your goal really is to do as much damage as possible so that when you get done and they run the A final, the conditions are the same, to see where you would be in the A final. So in this case, Auburn in lane 6, you're going to wonder what their time is going to be compared to those that are coming down next in the A final. Are they going to be 6th in the A final? Will they be higher up? But usually when you're in the petite final, that's kind of the goal, is where would you be if you had made it into the A final. So I see the Auburn coxswain correcting course a little bit. Trying to keep that boat in the middle of those lanes, but his blades are over the buoys there. I see him clip a buoy here and there, but it's not affecting them. They're getting past that. Florida State rowing 36 strokes a minute. Auburn now having trouble with their steering. Florida State, if they're Coxon's looking over, I can see the Coxon looking over at him. He's wondering what they can do to get out in front. Now Florida State trying to haul Auburn in. I see the Auburn coxswain hands out of the boat. He may have broken something in there trying to hold his boat on course. Florida State coming up hard. Look at Florida State coxswain banging the side of the boat, coming up out of his seat, trying to get them on. He knows they're right there. Looking at each other. He's looking across, looking across. It's still Auburn with a couple of feet. In third position here, that is Notre Dame in third. Murray State in fourth. Virginia, looks like Virginia Tech here. And Northwestern over there in lane 2. That brings up the field for that race. Interesting how that went with Auburn having steering issues but still come through with a win in that B-level final. I tell you, when you have a petite final like that, when you win a race like that, even if it's not the A final, it is wonderful feeling to have put yourself out there and you come through on top. So kudos to them. All right, A final. This one's for the medals. Men's novice 4, Central Florida in lane 1, High Point University in 2, Delaware men in 3, Florida, University of Florida in 4, Vanderbilt in 5, and the Rowing Club at North Carolina State in lane 6. Drone shot above, if you're watching the screen, you've got, I see 5 boats here. I don't see 6 boats, so I'm going to wonder where the other one is. Middle of the course again. If it's this the case, should be Delaware Blue Hens in lane 3. And in lane 2, High Point University look like they're the early leaders. Lane 1, Central Florida, very close in third, along with University of Florida in lane 4. Again, I'm still missing a boat. I'm not so sure where they are at the moment. It might be way over there in lane 1, so if I have my lines wrong. But regardless, the Blue Hens and in the middle of course. So we actually have, okay, I see the boat over there in lane 1. That is Central Florida in lane 1 that had fallen back behind there. So it is Delaware and University of Florida in the lead. High Point University in fighting with Vanderbilt for that next spot. And in lane 6, Rowing Club of North Carolina State all right there. So it looks like neck and neck now, right now, for Florida and Delaware. Florida with an edge over Delaware, but not much of an edge. Coming to the 1,000-meter mark, Florida with maybe a deck length lead over Delaware. And those 2 boats are bow to stern on Vanderbilt. And far side of the course, High Point University, also right there with Vanderbilt. High Point University, their bow sitting on the sterns of Delaware and Florida. Delaware now making a little bit of move on Florida, pulling out a few feet. Vanderbilt slipping back a little bit behind High Point. Delaware making their move. It could have been the coxswain had a specific power call there or something else in order to help them gain that little bit of advantage. High Point staying right with those leaders, overlapping the sterns of the 2 lead boats. Delaware inching out for a deck length lead over University of Florida. And High Point coming up on University of Florida, now a half a length down on Florida in that 3rd position right now. Delaware continuing to move now. It was Florida early on, now Delaware putting it down. I think it looks like Florida may be slipping back because it's a High Point crew now that is now within a deck length of Florida. So that was a really nice move by Delaware right there as they went from a little bit down to 3/4 of a boat length up. Um, that's got to empower them a lot. And Florida appears to have refound their rhythm. They have stopped the move by High Point University over there on the far side, and have also stopped the fact that Delaware was moving out on them and may even be coming back slightly on this. But Delaware senses that. And as they come into the 500 meters to go, it's still Delaware. Coxon being aware, he's going to know whether that Florida crew has tried to make a move to come back. And now Delaware doing just that. High Point now pushing into Delaware space. Florida dropping to third. .34 strokes a minute for Delaware. I was watching the Florida crew just a little bit ago. They had a little bit of a blade issue there. That might, see there, we're having it right there. We're having a little bit of blade issues on the starboard side, and it's probably causing them to slip back a little bit. Making a few errors here is going to cost them that silver medal. If High Point can hold on to their form, they should come through with that silver. You know, coming from behind as Florida started struggling the second half of this course, the Delaware moved out on Florida. Florida was first early on and has now slipped back to third. High Point now in silver medal position, Florida in bronze position, Delaware in gold. A little bit of open water. Delaware, the Blue Hens in first. Men's Novice 4 final. High Point University, again, a little bit of open water over Florida. In second, Florida in third. And close fourth and fifth for Vanderbilt and Rowing Club at NC State, bringing up the last position here, Central Florida over there in lane one. We had to switch our heat sheets here into the next round. This is the 10:35 rate, the men's second novice 8, the grand final, A final for them. Second novice 8 means there's another novice 8 of a little bit higher category. Here we have Georgia Tech in lane 1, Clemson 2, UNC in 3, Virginia Rowing Association 4, Purdue in 5, and Michigan State in lane 6. Nice overhead camera shot here again. We're looking at lanes 4 and 5 at the moment, which is Virginia and Purdue, and they're followed within a quarter boat length by lane 3, which is UNC. And just on the tail of UNC's boat is lane 2, Clemson. Lane 6 is Michigan State in 5th right now, and Georgia Tech in 6th.
They said you have a muffled sound. I'm not sure why.
All right, back on the microphone in the right position here. Down the middle of the course, right in the center, it is Virginia, with now a half a length lead at the 500-meter mark on Purdue. Purdue just a little bit over the UNC men, And trailing that group on the inside, Clemson now a little bit open water down on UNC. So it's the Cavaliers with a half a length lead over Purdue and UNC. These are, again, the men's second novice 8. That shows the depth of these programs that have enough people to put out varsity 8s, junior varsity 8s, novice 8s, and then second novice 8. So plenty of people. A little bit of closeness here. We're looking at the Purdue boat get a little bit close to the wash of the Virginia 8. Virginia 8 now with open water on Purdue. Purdue with, no more than probably a deck leak, maybe a little bit more over the UNC men. And a little bit of open water behind them. Clemson on the course over there in lane 2. So UNC and Purdue now basically bow ball to bow ball. Either Purdue's slipping back a little bit because Virginia is now opening up a little bit of space. It's yes, Purdue slipping back. UNC making a move now, is putting their bow out in front, or trying to put their bow out in front of Purdue. A little bit of steering going on over there in both UNC and Purdue's not quite holding their lines. Purdue now taking back that bow and putting a bow link back in there, so Coxon probably recognizing they were slipping a little bit, now try and put their bow back out in front. Virginia now with a half a boat link of open water lead. Purdue now adding a couple of more seats to that lead. They had lost it for just a second, and now they've gained it back again. .36 strokes a minute for Virginia. So a little lead changing going on there in this A final for the men's second novice 8 between Purdue and UNC. We can't see across there. Oh yeah, we got a shot across their bows. This is the 500-meter mark to go on the camera now. You'll see the sign on the far side. Purdue with a quarter-length lead, or maybe what we call a 2-seat lead over UNC. And Virginia now with a full boat length of open water on the field as they tap away from the trailing crews. So here comes UNC again, trying to get that bow out in front. Purdue's going to have to really run that rating up to hold them off, and efficiently, same thing now with UNC. And still holding in that fourth position, half a boat length down, maybe a little bit more over there on the far side of the course is Clemson. Virginia with a commanding lead here. So when their second novice 8 is rowing this well, you can imagine that their top-end boats are going to be just as formidable. But it's the silver medal question here between UNC and Purdue. .37.5 strokes a minute for Purdue, and they have that advantage. I don't know if UNC's come up enough. UNC struggling a little bit with their blade work here. They're down to 33, 34 strokes a minute. They're getting a little bit frazzled here. I think they've realized Purdue has got through them. Clemson on the other side has closed that gap, probably worrying them, but it's Purdue now that has pulled out almost a full boat length lead in the last few hundred meters. So that was Virginia, Purdue, and UNC in that order. Clemson in fourth. Michigan State here is going to take the 5th position, followed by Georgia Tech in 6th position. We'll go back up to the starting line here with our cameras, and this will be the similar to the previous novice 8. This is the women's novice 8, what they call combined in the B final, the petite final. This is again for the positions number 7 through 12. In the heats or the things they had earlier, they would have been 4th, 5th, and 6th in those heats. And in our lane 1 here, nice overhead shot of the 8s. You're looking at lane 1 a little bit off their point. Well, hopefully they'll get that shortly. William and Mary in lane 1, Clemson B boat in 2, Vanderbilt 3, Florida in 4, Georgia Tech 5, Virginia Commonwealth in 6, and they're off. Sometimes on the starts, if you don't have a good port and starboard start, the boat will turn a little bit, and the coxswains have to make their corrections. You probably saw that if you were watching on the video. These boats being 55 feet long, 60 feet long, they're interesting. The rudder's only a few square inches, so the coxswains have a lot of work to do to keep these things straight, especially if the rowers are have different power applications on one side of the boat or the other. So pulling out that early lead here in lane 2, it would appear, is Clemson B-boat. And again, we're seeing changes in the steering of these women's novice B-boats. It's again, these are first-year rowers, first-year coxswains, and steering is a big part of this. I'll remind everyone that when that boat goes off course, if you move a meter off to one side, 3 feet off to one side, and you got to make a correct, you've gone an extra approximately 2 meters. So by the end of the race, if you're doing this all the way down the course, you've added substantial amounts of distance. So you want to keep that boat absolutely dead straight. That's probably the coxswain's number one job, is to do just that. So the Clemson boat, nice start there. They are giving up a little bit of that to Florida. Florida in lane 4 there. Florida now must be having a good second 500 as they go past the sidewalk there. They're into that second 500. And so what happens is your body goes into oxygen debt about a minute and a half into the race, and sometimes it can take a big toll on you if you're not ready for that. So Clemson slipping back a little bit, Florida taking that lead. In between those two, Vanderbilt is your top 3. Vandy hanging right with the 2 lead crews in the minute at the moment, Florida and Clemson B-boat. The other 3 trailing boats, all basically overlapping, William and Mary, Georgia Tech, and Virginia Commonwealth. Georgia Tech's the only one that's a little bit behind that group. Probably lose contact here shortly. Back up to the leaders now. Vanderbilt looks like they have moved up to be level with Clemson. Florida still, University of Florida still has a little bit of an edge of a lead in there. Coming up on that 1,000-meter mark. Good shot of the Georgia Tech boat there with their yellow and black blades. And on their right is Virginia Commonwealth. As the drone comes down low, you can see a little more of the rowers themselves. Not quite enough to see the grimaces on their face, though. So we get back up to the group up front now. You get a good shot of Virginia Commonwealth. If you're a fan of Virginia Commonwealth, that's probably as good as you're going to see this 8 row up close. So here we go up to the front. See if we can get a shot of the side view as they come up to the tent area and past that 1,000-meter mark. There you go, VCU and Georgia Tech. And on the far side of the course in the background there, William and Mary. You can just see the stern of the Clemson boat. Remember, the Clemson boat was the leader off the start and through the first 500 meters. Now they've slid back a little bit. So now it becomes those two middle crews again, Vanderbilt and University of Florida. Last we saw them, Florida had that edge on Vanderbilt, but Vanderbilt had moved up to be almost level. 35 strokes a minute for Florida. Vanderbilt much lower. Vanderbilt rowing about 31. Actually, now that I look at them, either my stroke watch caught it wrong. They're rowing about the same rates here. You watch how the blades go in and out of the water, go into the water, and you time looking at both boats at the same time. You can kind of tell they're very similar in stroke rate. It is still Florida with that little bit of a lead over Vandy. Vandy had come up to them around the 1,000-meter mark. Now it looks like Florida's made a counter move, but very close. These two boats are going to be going for this petite final. No medals here, but it sure feels good if you can win this one.
Watch is clear.
36 now for Vandy. $34 for Florida. These boats are very, very close to each other. This has got to be within a deck length. As they come to the line here, we start to see the buoys line up. We're sitting just a meter or two in front of the line. Vanderbilt rowing very clean. Florida doing the same thing. I see Florida rowers looking over. They should not be looking over to be in the boat. And is Vanderbilt, who has come through with clean last 300 meters by a deck length. Nice job by Vandy. They were third back at the other end of the course and now come through with a win. And Clemson, with that fast start, unfortunately couldn't hang on to that. In third position. William and Mary coming in fourth, and here we have VCU, Virginia Commonwealth, and Georgia Tech, nose to nose for fifth and sixth. Even that's going to be a photo finish. Yeah, you can't tell who got fifth and sixth out of that one, but good racing by those ladies. All right, we'll go back up to the next race coming up. This is the 1049 race, the women's novice 8 combined, the A final. This was the just finished the petite final, and now we're the final for the medals. And the lineups for this: in lane 1, University of Dayton women, Clemson in 2, Purdue in 3, K-State, Kansas State in 4, University of Tampa in 5, and Liberty University in lane 6.
9, 7, 5, 3.9. Teresa and Lisa.
The other race has begun. They are right around the 500-meter mark right now. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
No, it's finals. And the women's varsity eighth comes up at 11:10.
So looking down the course here, it would appear in lane 4. I mean, it's hard to tell. That would be likely is K-State in that A final. Purdue in lane 3. And right next to Purdue, Clemson in lane 2. But K-State looks like have a clear lead from our viewpoint here. Tough to tell from our angle, but Clemson looks like they could be at least overlapping with Purdue, but K-State definitely has the advantage at this point. Probably open water because we don't have a side shot of them just yet. So outside of K-State, Purdue, and Clemson, the far side of the course in lane 1, University of Dayton women would be currently in the 4th position. And coming back over to lane 5 and 6, University of Tampa and Liberty in 5th and 6th. Getting Clemson at 34.5 strokes a minute. I'll try and get one on Purdue. K-State, I'll catch them in just a little bit, see if I can catch a Purdue stroke right here. Because they're the ones fighting for the silver and bronze. K-State clearly in the lead here. Purdue at 36 strokes a minute. It looks like Clemson has that edge on Purdue as they're going past all the tents on the side. They've got the good side view of that with 600 meters to go, 500 meters to go right in that area. It is K-State, open water lead. Rowing a comfortable 33 strokes a minute. The other 3 boats trailing the 3 front runners here are actually fairly close to each other. The Tampa Liberty in lane 5 with an edge over Liberty in lane 6, and you go back over to lane 1, which is the University of Dayton women. Looks like Dayton might be slightly behind that, but Tampa holding on to that 4th position. There's a chance they may be coming up on Purdue, but I think they're a little too far back. They got 300 meters to go. Now Tampa looks like they're going to be losing a little bit here. Looks like Tampa's giving up some water to Liberty coming up on the inside, closest to us. Kansas State rowing very cleanly, totally in control here. Clemson trying to hold Purdue in position here. Those three for medals on the three remaining crews. Tampa trying to hold off Liberty. That is a very close overlap there. And on the far side of the course, University of Dayton also in that hunt. But here comes Kansas State. Cross the line, 4 or 5 boat lengths of open water. Very nice row by them. Clemson now with a full boat length over Purdue. Tampa trying very, very hard to hold down Liberty with about a deck length over Liberty. And on the far side of the course, University of Dayton. All right, we got to jump right back up to the next race coming down. This is the men's novice 8 petite final or B final. They are approximately at the 750-meter mark into the race with Liberty University in lane 1, Virginia Commonwealth in 2, Texas 3, Alabama 4, Georgia Tech in 5, and Duke in 6. All right, this is a race for bragging rights, not for medals. So if you didn't do what you wanted to do in the previous race to get here, you want to win this one. And you want to win it as big as you can so you can say, you know, I could have been in the grand final. Maybe I would be 6th, 5th, 4th, whatever. But that's what you do when you're in the petite, is you try and win that thing with everything you got. Well, looking down the course here, I would venture to say we've got 4 boats in contention. Again, I look for the middle of the course, which is Virginia, Texas, and Virginia Commonwealth, Texas, and Alabama. And slightly off that pace, just behind them, Georgia Tech in lane 5. And then I would say we're Liberty in lane 1 and then Duke in lane 6. Can't predict the leader just yet, but 4 boats in contention. As we've seen some of these other novice men's boats, what may be going on in the first half of the race doesn't necessarily mean that's what's happening in the second half, because people do get tired. Mistakes happen when you are tired. So if we had to guess, it would appear Virginia Commonwealth. Yeah, that's tough to call. I think we got 3 boats here that are right on top of each other. Our 4th boat has just slipped back a little bit. Georgia Tech is now a little bit back of that group, but it looks like Virginia Commonwealth has that lead. I think your fight for 2nd and 3rd, Texas and Alabama. So Bama now taking into that 2nd position. They're trying to challenge that VCU boat. Texas now slipping back to that 3rd position. They are crossing the 500-meter mark, a little bit less than that to go, 450 meters to go. It takes him about 60 strokes to cover 500 meters, so you're about 10 meters per stroke. people are watching these guys here. That's hard. For those of you who are watching the cameras now, we've got the next race that went off, but we're going to cover this one here as it's a close race for the medals, first or second. Virginia Commonwealth and Alabama. Texas has flipped to that third position. See the camera on the line now as they're coming down to it. VCU in that far boat, black shirts, black boat, and Alabama in the near boat, white boat with the red shirts. You can see some of the rowers looking out of the boats, which is actually a no-no to do because you can lose your oar real easily in doing so. So that was VCU by 2 seats over Alabama. Third position, Texas here. Fourth is the Rowing Rex of Florida, Georgia Tech. And far side of the course, Liberty, and near side of the course, Duke men. And we're going to jump right back up to the other end of the course now as we have our next event, which is the A final, the men's novice 8. Again, that was the B final, or petite final. The A final, the one for the medals, is on the water and already past the 500-meter mark. So, running it down, Clemson in lane 1, Purdue in 2, Virginia Rowing Association 3, Rollins in 4, University of North Carolina in 5, and Michigan State in 6.
Shots close on a boat, say this is this boat or something like that. I don't know. I think they're getting creative.
You mean like when they're up at the start of that
Like
one?
up at the start, trying to say who's lined up at the start of the next race.
Yeah, I got to trying to get ahead of them. All right, so we're panning back to the men's novices A final for the novice men's 8. All right, we do have a clear sense of a leader here. That is Virginia again. Now, Virginia we saw in one of the other races that took a lead here and held on to it. Virginia in the orange in the middle of the course. Cavaliers doing a good job here in this men's novice 8. They are trailed by Purdue in lane 2 and also Rollins College in lane 4. Getting a little bit of breeze here, a little tailwind coming up on the course. Makes it actually the race take a little bit less time to get down the course. On these kind of boats, though, it's not going to affect the rowing at all. The water's still basically flat. Virginia rating pretty high now. They're rowing 37 strokes a minute, but have a nice lead. You got to be trained pretty well to handle a rating of 36, 37, 38 strokes a minute all the way down the course. But Virginia doing a bang-up job of that. Just on the other side of them, Rollins men's crew looks to be in second position. Rollins out of Orlando, rowing a little bit higher than Virginia. Maybe they're feeling the pressure from Purdue on the other side. Rollins rowing 38.9 strokes a minute. We'll see what Purdue's doing, if Purdue's trying to answer some of this. Purdue also at 38 strokes a minute. So your leaders here Virginia coming down the course pretty much all the way at 37 strokes a minute. The other two trailing for the medals here at 38. Virginia going up now, 39.5, 40 strokes a minute. Coming across the line in another 20 strokes, 15 strokes. Rollins. .41 on Rollins. Rollins with a boat length lead over Purdue. They're a little bit of open water down on Virginia. Virginia reaching long and grabbing that water, sending that boat by. Virginia, quarter length open water over Rollins. Rollins with just a little bit of open water over Purdue. In behind Purdue, we got Clemson on the far side of the course in that, Clemson deck length lead over UNC men, which has a full boat length over Michigan State. Nice racing there. All right. This is the men's junior varsity 8. The next race coming up, the petite final. 2 boats in this race. Virginia Tech B boat, Purdue B boat. This is a whole different kind of an animal when you have a 2-boat race. It's called a duel, and there's big advantages to being able to get out in front of a crew, because then you can, in a way, control the race unless you come out too hard. But when you run 2 boats side by side, it's a whole different feel than having 4, 5, or 6 boats across. A dual race like this is how when you've heard of the Henley Royal Regatta over in England that happens in July. That's a dual race over there, and so the 2 boats start like stake boats we have here, and you'll see some boats come out what we call fly and die. They'll go as high as possible trying to establish that lead and see if they can hang on to it. But if you put too much energy out there, then you don't have enough to finish the race, and you'll see people come through in the second half, much like, again, horse racing, very similar. Watching these 2 boats now down the course, there's no clear leader here, at least from our point of view. If you're watching the camera down at the start line there, you can see how they're getting these boats onto what they call the stake boats, or the stake boat, or the platforms. They back them in there, and there's a person there that holds onto the stern of the boat to hold them in position, and then the coxswains will line the boats up down the course. It's not a problem when there's no wind, but when you got a crosswind, it can make it a little more difficult. But we've got great conditions today, so no problems down there. So back to the dual race of the men's junior varsity 8 B final. I don't even know if we can call this one yet, but if I had to, I'd say Purdue has a slight edge over the Virginia Tech boat. Might be the darker colors, whatever, but from our angle here, I think that's becoming a little more clear with each stroke they take that Purdue does have that edge. Just a little bit of ratings on the Purdue boat here at 35 strokes a minute, and the Virginia Tech boat about 33. Purdue with open water lead on them now. If we go back down to the men's varsity 8, junior varsity A final, you got in lane 1, which would be on your right side of the screen, Virginia B boat. Lane 2, Purdue. Lane 3, Jacksonville University. Lane 4, Virginia Rowing Association. Lane 5, Notre Dame. And lane 6, Jacksonville University B. And I had that wrong. The B boat is on the left side of your screen. So lane 1's on the left when we're looking at this. You got lane 4 right in front of you, which is the Virginia Rowing Association. Seem to be having pretty good luck out here today with their boats making it into the finals and medals. So as they're waiting on the line there, they're getting their boats pointed. The referees are giving them how much time they have before the start, so they're getting ready for that. Back on to the dual race here for the men's junior, the petite final or B final. Purdue has strongly established that open water lead now. At 36 strokes a minute, Purdue coming to the line. Always interesting to hear the Purdue crowd chanting boiler up," so it's the Purdue Boilers, Boilermakers. All right, so that other race ought to be starting basically right now. 11, we're running just 11:17, pretty much at this time. So it should be going off if we're on time. And I know the referees want to make sure they're doing that. So yeah, that other race has started. This is the A final of the men's junior varsity 8. Went through the lanes before. They're up on your screen if you're watching. Virginia Rowing Association B boat in lane 1, Purdue in 2, Jacksonville University in 3, Virginia Rowing Association A boat in lane 4, Notre Dame in 5, and the Jacksonville University B boat in lane 6. So one of the things the rowers always look at when they get back on the docks and are looking at results or whatever, they'll look at the times of the races. And, you know, a JV boat will want to know how do they compare to the varsity boat when the varsity boat goes off. But conditions can change, and we're seeing a little bit of a tailwind here, which will allow these boats to go a little bit faster down the course. And here in Oak Ridge, sometimes the wind can be slightly one direction at one end of the course, another, because the mountains around here can twist the wind and move the breeze around. I don't want to call it a wind, it's a breeze now. It's very light. So middle of the course, JU and Virginia have had some very strong showings here. We're looking at a nice side shot here with the drone. That green boat in the foreground is Notre Dame. We've got a Jacksonville University B boat you don't see in your screen. That is Virginia with the bow out in front. Jacksonville University in second, unless Notre Dame's right there. And then just slightly behind them, Purdue. You see on the far side the black boat, all those boats overlapping each other. The Notre Dame boat here about just about a half a length down on the leader of Virginia, right next to them. And JU only a deck length down. You can see as they cross the 1,000-meter mark, it's nice racing between these top four boats. On the far side of the course, that's the Virginia B boat over there. The JU B boat we did not see in the screen right there, but they're in lane 6 nearest to the shoreline. So as they were prior to the 1,000, that was Virginia with a slight edge over Jacksonville University, again with a slight edge over Purdue and Notre Dame. Notre Dame, all four of those boats still very, very close to each other. 35.5 strokes a minute for Virginia. This is typical of what we've seen with our men's teams. Over there in lane 2, Purdue trying to hang on to it. That Virginia boat there in lane 4. Orange Cavaliers, Jacksonville University, white boat there in between those two. Purdue always distinctive with the black jerseys on the men's side. But Virginia again, we're seeing Virginia again continue on with what they seem to be right at the top of their game across the board in numbers of their entries. Notre Dame closer to us, the white jerseys, green boat, also challenging Notre Dame. We've seen do some pretty substantial things in past years here. So our first Southern Intercollegiate since 2019. It's great to see everybody out here again. Coming up on the red buoys, Notre Dame already close to 40 strokes a minute. They know the sprint, so here they come. And Virginia now looks like they're starting to give up a little bit to Jacksonville University. Jacksonville University now poking their nose out in front of Purdue and Virginia. So Virginia slipping back. .38 strokes a minute from Jacksonville. Who's in the medals here? Jacksonville here for the gold medal if they can hang on to it. Purdue right there. Virginia right there. Notre Dame trying to haul it in. There's not enough distance left for them. Purdue at 39 strokes a minute. Virginia a little bit higher. And it's going to be JU, Virginia, Purdue, Notre Dame. Virginia B boat will be in 5th. The Jacksonville University B boat will be in 6th. Another great race there with that men's junior varsity 8 grand final. Have any?
5, 6, 1, 7.7.
Flipping over to varsity 4B final. Next race at the start now.
We're starting with the next event, the women's varsity 4B final. This is a club event, 7 boats in here. Yeah, I got your blanks here.
Hang on, let me see what I got. Let's just check the split times, please.
Delay there. We're getting our next heat sheets up and running here. This is I mentioned the women's varsity 4 B final, 7-boat final. Texas A&M in lane 1, Virginia Commonwealth in 2, William and Mary in 3, High Point University 4, Rowing Club at NC State in 5, Virginia Tech in 6, and Murray State in 7.
The other thing I could say use the phone. You can even hand me that sheet and I can just write them on. Because online they're hard to copy.
All right, see if we can get a read on these boats down here. Again, a 7-boat final makes it very interesting. These were, again, seeded from the time trials they had earlier and the semifinals. So here we are. Looks like we're in Virginia Commonwealth, William and Mary, and High Point, the middle lanes. And they are coming up about 750 meters, almost to the 1,000-meter mark. Rowing Club at NC State might also be part of that group, but it looks like our two leaders here are going to be William and Mary. And VCU. So a lot of these clubs that we have in here, this is a Club B final. These are student-run clubs out of the different universities. Sometimes they have student coaches. Sometimes they have volunteer coaches. Rarely do they have paid coaches because they got to raise the money to do that kind of thing. So it's a labor of love for any coaches to go do that and also handle all the studies as well. You know, outside the clubs, when you get into the varsity programs, they are funded by the athletic departments, whether you're Division 1, 2, or 3 in the NCAA categories. The clubs have a special hurdle to get through to raise enough money to come to these kind of things. So on our course out here, should be 7 boats. I see 6 boats out there. I might be missing the 7th one here. So I'm going to say looks to be William and Mary out in front. And alongside them, High Point University in the lane just closer to us. And this group is fairly well spread out. I can't tell behind how we are in 3rd and 4th place position. William and Mary rowing a very comfortable 30 strokes a minute, maybe 31. Crew behind them, which is High Point, rating a little bit higher. We'll see what we got there. Yeah, so High Point at 34. So William and Mary rowing efficient at a lower rating and holding on to that lead, where we've got High Point rowing 3 or 4 beats higher, meaning they're not getting as much out of each stroke as William and Mary are. And also, it causes them to have a little bit less time between strokes, which we call rest time. You get just a tiny bit of rest in between strokes as you're coming up for the next one. So if you can roll a lower rating and stay in front, it's a good thing. So nice comfortable lead with William and Mary there. It looks like the same thing for High Point as far as their second place position. And third is going to be between Texas A&M and Rowing Club of NC State. There is one boat missing out here, so if I'm calling it wrong, I don't know which lane we are missing here. As they're coming to the line now, William and Mary in the red buoys, and High Point just now getting to the red buoys. The other boats trailing, coming into them in the next few strokes. Is that lane 2 there? It is lane 2. That was that just crossed the line. That was William and Mary, lane 4 coming up right now, High Point University. Again, pretty good spacing between the crews. Lane 5 now, Rowing Club at North Carolina State, and followed by Texas A&M. It'll be in 4th position. All right, and we've got to jump back down the course here to the women's varsity 4 Club A final. This is for the medals. That's Northwestern State in lane 1, Florida State in lane 2, Georgia Tech in 3, Vanderbilt in 4, Florida in 5, and University of Central Florida in lane 6. And they are at the 500-meter mark, probably just past the 500-meter mark into the race, so that is about 2 minutes into the race, maybe slightly less than that, and we'll see where we end up with them. Quick look at the camera here. They're getting ready for the women's varsity 4 B final. This is the open category, and that's going to be between the University of Dayton women and Rollins. That's a 2-boat race. Back to the, what we talked about earlier, the duel. But the big one here for the varsity 4 A final, the grand final for the medals. So looking down the course here, Vanderbilt and Georgia Tech. Belay that is Florida State and Georgia Tech that appear to be in our early lead here. Not too far off them, Northwestern over there in lane 1. Lanes 4, 5, and 6 might be a slight bit behind lane 6 trailing the group. That's Central Florida. Lane 5, which is University of Florida, and Vanderbilt appear to be fairly level to each other as you're coming up to the embayment area where the spectators are. They'll be able to see side by side on that. but lane 3, Georgia Tech. You can see the yellow jerseys from here. They got the yellow blades, the black tips to them. Leading the field.
12:64.
Florida State a little bit behind them, and then you've got Northwestern still looks like they're holding on in lane 1.
7:68.
I just keep pointing when they ask to talk about the next race. I'll just point at your screen.
All right, women's varsity 4, the B final, sitting on the starting blocks. I can actually see the coxswain's hands, some hands up, signifying they're not quite ready. Sometimes the referees will recognize those hands, but they have to be doing something. If the hand is up, if they're just sitting there, the referee won't recognize them, the starter won't recognize them. So if you notice they put their hands down, that means they're ready to go. These boats have to be locked on the stake boats at the starting line 2 minutes before the start of their race, and the starter can start them anytime in that 2-minute window if he feels everyone's lined up and there's no chance for an issue with safety. All right, so back on the course with 500 meters, maybe a little bit less than 500 meters to go. It is still Georgia Tech in the lead. And a little bit more difficult to tell who's in second now. So still looks like Florida State in lane 2, which is the other side of them, away from us. Lane 1, which was Northwestern, they were apparently in the 3rd position, but I'm seeing in lane 4 here Vanderbilt start to move up on that field a little bit.
Okay, I don't know what you're doing.
And that said, we're not leaving lane 5 and 6 behind, which is University of Florida and Central Florida. So we've got some contention going on here, but Georgia Tech definitely got a comfortable lead as they're in the red buoys now. At 34, 35 strokes a minute, Georgia Tech with an open water lead. The medals on the line here. Florida State currently in second, but overlapping with lane 1 Northwestern State. .35 strokes a minute for Florida State. Full boat length of open water lead for Georgia Tech. And closer to us, Vanderbilt now. All 3 boats overlapping for silver and bronze, and Vanderbilt coming up strong. Vanderbilt coming up here, going to take the bronze and maybe even, oh my gosh, very close. Vanderbilt almost taking the silver medal, but pulling through at their last minute to get that bronze. Good sprint by Vandy there. Five 100ths of a second. Florida State over Vanderbilt. Looks like Vandy got it, but it's not showing that. That's very, very close. That's definitely one you can't see unless you're right on the line. So our next event up at the start, the women's varsity 4 open, the B final. And they're only a 2-boat race. Again, that 2-boat race. Oh, wait a minute. So would fill in the starting line here as we get a chance to see the two-boat race coming down. We got the starting line boats on the stake boats here for the A final. That is Embry-Riddle in lane 2, University of Wisconsin in lane 3, Central Oklahoma in 4, Kansas State in 5, and FIT in lane 6. If you've never been up to the starting line to watch this from behind, it's very exciting to get these boats in there lined up and to listen to the coxswains talking to their crews, trying to get them ready for the start of this race. It's definitely something to see. I mean, watching the finish is one thing, but the start is a whole different view and animal of that. So I would venture to say, if you ever have the chance to see the start of one of these races, get up there and do that.
6.20 pace.
So in the middle of course now, about the 1,000-meter mark, we have our B final for the women's varsity 4, the University of Dayton women and Rollins women. And again, back to that two-boat race, the dual race format, it helps to have a lead. It helps to have a lead so you can see your competitor, the only one you have to worry about. You can see if they make a move. If they do make a move, you can someone in the boat can relay that information to the coxswain so that they can make counters and not let the other crew come back up on them again. But from the looks of this Rollins and Dayton women is fairly level. I mean, this would be a very good race here for a dual race. And when you're in a dual race and it's side by side like that and no one's gaining advantage, it's exciting, it's strenuous, and everyone's concentrating 100% on trying not to make any kind of mistakes. Because one mistake will give that other boat that advantage to get through. And you can also hear the coxswains most of the time when they're making their calls, your competitive coxswain trying to call for a little extra power or a little extra rating. And you can counter those things. All right, we've got that overhead shot now of all those boats that are on for this next event, which is the Women's Varsity 4A final. This is a five-boat final. And you can see the oars are kind of in various positions, so they're not really ready to go yet. They're still adjusting things.
That's 6, I think. That's lane 6. This is 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. Ran through those earlier when they were on the docks too. All right, so here, the two-boat race. These boats look like they're still overlapping. If I had to guess earlier, it would have been Rollins a little bit ahead. Now I'm not so sure that's the case, but the boats nearer to us, when the angle becomes a little more straight across, it looks like the nearer boats are moving faster. They're not really, it's just the angle's getting better for us to see from this standpoint. Rollins now in the red buoys, rowing 37 strokes a minute, brought their rating up. We've got the Dayton the crew from Dayton staying a little bit lower, trying to stay in control. 36, I think they just changed the rating right as I took their stroke rating there. We'll see if they went up. Yeah, they went up another beat or two, right about 200 meters to go. And that put them out in front of that Rollins boat. I think the Rollins boat probably carried that lead through the 1,000, maybe even into the 1,500 meter mark, but the Dayton crew decided they had a little bit more left. And with a full boat length lead, it is Dayton over Rollins in this B final of the women's varsity 4. And it's funny, on a two-boat race in a B final, you can hear the shouts of glee from the rowers as they cross that line. I mean, a race is a race is a race. Doesn't matter whether it's a B final or not. When you win, you win. Scrolling back down for the medaling round of this women's varsity 4 open A final. Again, we'll run through the lanes here. In lane 2, it's Embry-Riddle. In lane 3, Wisconsin. In lane 4, Central Oklahoma. And lane 5, Kansas State. In lane 6, Florida Institute of Technology. So we've got the overhead shot here of 4 of the crews. And it looks to be Embry-Riddle as well as Central Oklahoma in the early lead. And again, I can't tell yet whether we're missing which lane we're missing. Looks like we're missing lane 5 at the moment in the camera shot. So at the top of the screen, if you're watching, that's Embry-Riddle. They're in lane 2. Wisconsin just slightly behind them in lane 3. Central Oklahoma in lane 4. K-State in lane 5. And then at the bottom of the screen, I think you can see the FIT boat, the black boat down at the bottom of the screen. So it's kind of looked like it's been this way since we got our first shot of these crews of Embry-Riddle and Central Oklahoma, with a slight edge over Wisconsin and Kansas State women. Although we've seen Wisconsin in many of these crews, these lightweights, come through in the second half. So we'll see whether Wisco can do this again or not, or whether we'll be able to have Embry-Riddle or Central Oklahoma maintain their lead over them. Kansas State, again, we've got all 4 boats here within half a length of each other, so very tight racing here in this grand final of the women's varsity 4. So boats crossing the 1,000 meter mark right now. Half the race gone. Approximately 3.5 minutes to go. If these crews haven't made their mid-course moves yet, strategy moves, whatever, I'm sure they're going to be doing it now. You either go right before the 1,000, right after the 1,000. Some coaches do it in various other parts, or more than might have one move. They might have 2 or 3 moves to see if they can break the other crews. So right across the middle of the course, Embry-Riddle, Wisconsin, Central Oklahoma, K-State are all vying for it. Looks like Kansas State may have slid back a little bit. Central Oklahoma and Embry-Riddle look like they've made their efforts to put their bows out in front. Wisconsin there, remember we were talking about the Wisconsin lightweights, how they tend to be more productive in the second half of the race, either through training or accuracy of their rowing. And Wisconsin now in lane 3. Looks like they've come through the field and doing again what they've done in previous races with their other boats. We'll see if that holds true as they come down the line here. Embry-Riddle had that lead early on. All 4 boats were very, very close. Look back over to Kansas State women. Looks like Kansas State women have taken over Central Oklahoma. So now it looks like we've got 3 boats here that are going to be in for the medals. Wisco, Embry-Riddle, and K-State. Wisco at 35.5 strokes a minute. Perfect conditions for lightweight rowing, tailwind, flat water. You bet. Here's K-State coming up on lane 5, challenging Wisconsin. And this is with 500 meters to go. If you're going to do it and you're going to get a medal, sometimes you got to start throwing it down back at that point. Sometimes it's too far for crews. A lot of times they'll wait till 350 or so. But if you want to get a medal, you're going to have the wherewithal to throw the shots down when you got to do it. So K-State 36 strokes a minute. Wisconsin about the same. On the far side of the course, Embry-Riddle, who had the early lead, unable to hold that lead as those 2 boats have come through. Kansas State with the edge at the moment with 10 strokes to go. .37 strokes a minute. Kansas as they come across the line. 1 length ahead of Wisconsin. Wisconsin 1 length ahead of Embry-Riddle. And Riddle with a boat of open water over Central Oklahoma. All right, we're going to jump to the next event, which is the Women's Lightweight Varsity 4A Final, a 3-boat race in this one with University of Florida, University of Wisconsin, and Clemson University in lanes 3, 4, and 5 in that order. And if I had to guess, looking at the camera here, you see just a bow of Florida in the background, but that is the Wisco group again pulling out with an open water lead early on in this race. I mean, they're at the best 500 meters into it in Wisconsin with several boats of open water over the field. 7, 4, 5.5. Clemson and Florida running about level at this point, but Wisconsin showing the class of the field at this time. So again, this is a women's lightweight varsity 4 grand final, A final, with the 3 entries in there. Following this will be the men's lightweight varsity 4 A final. That will have 4 boats in it. So as we saw in the first 250, 300 meters, Wisconsin just tore up the field with open water. Usually you don't see that quickly. But then again, we've seen Wisconsin do some pretty good things here. And looking down the course, Wisconsin continues its domination of this three-boat event. When we saw them back at the 250, 300 meter mark, it was pretty much level between Florida and Clemson, and I cannot judge that yet. It still looks pretty level from our point of view. It continues to be as perfect rowing conditions as you could want here. We're overcast here, so it's not hot. And the rowers don't have to worry about sunburn or anything like that, but the water is staying calm. We had little puffs of tailwind along the way, but it calms right back down again. So for the most part, conditions have remained fairly identical throughout the day so far. You're watching the camera shots from here. That boat you see on the right side of the screen is the Wisconsin lightweight women with many lengths of open water. And you would think, well, you know, they don't have to row that hard, but on the other hand, they need to prove to their coach their season's not over with yet. It could be some of these girls in this four want to be in the next boat up. Maybe it's the lightweight 8, maybe it's another boat, but they have to prove themselves again that maybe they belong in a different boat. If the coach sees it and shows that they're putting the effort out there, maybe there's a question about something, and maybe one of these girls will be asked to row in the V8. Rowing a comfortable 32 strokes a minute. And looking back at the two other crews behind them in this three-boat race of Florida and Clemson, it looks like Clemson over Florida. And actually, they're still pretty close together, but Clemson does have a slight lead on them. So the club boats, like University of Florida, which is a club program, Clemson is a club program, typically these rowers are walk-ons, meaning they either learn to row at the university or they rowed in high school and came out for the rowing program once they got to school there. But some of your Division Ones, like your varsity programs like Wisconsin, there are some scholarships available. I don't know in the lightweight situation, but your bigger schools like K-State and Virginia women, some of the other varsity women have some scholarship assistance available to them. The clubs do not. So here's Wisconsin. They were rowing 32 strokes a minute. And really no reason for them to do any more other than I'm sure their coach is watching. Still at 32, Wisco. And in the two trailing boats, Clemson University has that open water lead over University of Florida. We'll go back up the other end of the course. This is the men's lightweight varsity 4, the A final already on the water and somewhere around the 500-meter mark, maybe a little bit past that. The rundown in lanes: lane 2, High Point University; in lane 3, Michigan State; in lane 4, Texas; and in lane 5, University of North Carolina. Texas leading right now, Michigan State in second. Looks like they're followed by UNC, and trailing that group, High Point University over there in lane 2. Again, this is the A final of the men's lightweight varsity 4. On this men's lightweight varsity 4, we're almost coming up on 5 minutes into this race, and they're past the 1,000-meter mark. They're about 750 meters to go. Again, they're probably running somewhere about a minute and a half, minute and 40 seconds per 500. So they don't have a whole lot to go. We've got about another minute and a half to the end here, maybe slightly bit more. But it's a Texas crew that is out in front. The trailers, High Point, well behind that group. In second, looks like Michigan State, and just behind that, Michigan State, UNC. Very likely, very possible, UNC could haul in Michigan State by the time they get here. They're right at the 500 meters to go now. .35 strokes a minute for Michigan State. A lot of times what I do is I watch to see if there's any errors happening as they get tired, as they go towards the end, trying to raise their rate of striking, holding off another crew that might be moving. Sometimes you'll see things like that that can cause the difference at the end here. .35 strokes a minute for UNC. Texas with the open water lead. The lone star on their blades. Texas rowing a comfortable 34 strokes a minute.
All right, flag is up, watch is clear. Got a 4-boat race.
So it's Texas, 2 boat lengths of open water over Michigan State. Michigan State in second there, and they have several boat lengths of open water over UNC men. And bringing up the rear on the far side of the course, High Point University now just getting into the red buoys. All right, our next event coming up, men's varsity 4 with the sea level final. The sea level final is positions 13 through, in this case, 13 through 17. So following this, we'll have a B final, which is positions number 7 through 12, and then we'll have the A final right after that. So here we're going to have Emory University in lane 2, University of Florida in lane 3, Clemson in lane 4, Texas A&M in 5, and Louisiana State University in 6. And that race is off the starting blocks, and we are right on time. 12:06 was the start. We're a minute or two after that, and they're about a minute into their race.
He's recharging his batteries. I think he's got it spinning it over.
Oh.
He's going to try and plug it in here. They had one. They just kind of run out of battery and keep returning to home.
Oh. So this men's varsity 4 sea level final, when they were going through the time trials, the top 12 would advance straight to the B and A semifinal, and when they have run through those things here, they seed them accordingly. So again, we go from the middle of the course on the fastest in this group out to the outside edges, and they'll do the same thing for the next ones. The good part about SIRA here is a lot of races you'll go out there and it's one race and you're done. You make all the travel arrangements, you do all the things, and you get down here one race and it's over with. If you don't get through, or if you make a mistake in one of the heats or whatever, that's it. The beauty of here is you get to go down the race at least 2 times, sometimes 3. So if you have an issue with a boat, whether it's a rigging issue or if there's something else that didn't go right, maybe hit a buoy or whatever, you can rectify that in the next rounds and then prove yourself another time. And it makes it definitely worthwhile to have more than one opportunity out there to show what you have. So we're watching these crews come down here, and I'm looking at 4 boats, although I see 5 in my list.